Regular session. Holly, do we need any specific announcement on the going back into?
No, you're in open.
We're back on open session. We closed our executive session. And now we're being recorded, so I would, we didn't get a chance to do this. Would everyone like to stand up and pledge allegiance to the flag? Pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I hate to start out a meeting with apologies, but sorry that we kept you. We had a closed executive session. It took us a little bit longer. Hopefully next year we'll start meetings earlier, so we're not at this point of the day. But if anybody's hungry, you know, take out your protein bars or sandwiches. So let's keep this a little bit informal. And so to start the meeting here, first of all, I'd like, you know, we're not quite in public. We're typically would start with a roll call and we pledge allegiance. But before we get to public input, I just wanted to say one thing. We had an election last week, and I really want to say thank you for I bet you everyone's voted here. But congratulations to everyone who participated, winners and losers. What I was most impressed with that the county voted at 49% rate, Hideout came in at 60. So a lot of participation of people, of everyone in town, very high percentage. And I think that's really important for, you know, how we run our government and that everyone's involved. So I would just say thank you for casting your votes and being a participant. Thank you for being here, because I know you all have important reasons. So the first item is public input, and I'd like to open it up to the floor on general public input. So and online it's *6, *9 for anyone on the phone, or raise your hand using the hand function on your Zoom or YouTube.
No one has their hand up.
But Jan,
I have some great news.
Jan McCosh jumped up and got to the
My name's
podium.
Jan, I manage the town. A big thank you to Carol, to JD. We had a successful meeting that included trail planners from Summit County, Park City, Wasatch County,
Summit
we had,
collaboration.
yes, and you know, the staff knows I'm a big Hubby fan in win-win solutions, and I think this is the beginning. We're meeting about transportation plan, and we had the parties together, and then we actually sat down and broke bread together, and we shared information and came up with some ideas. They went on site to Ross Creek. They looked at our transportation issues, our road issues, and we talked about some win-win solutions.
Jan. Anyone here that has any public input that they'd like to share? Okay, and, Kathleen, anyone that you're looking at over there?
No one has their hand raised.
Okay, no *6s and *9s. So if that's the case, we'll move from public input to our first agenda item, which is public hearing on possible discussion and recommendation regarding the amendment for Hideout zoning map to rezone Wild Horse. So without further ado, Tim, are you? Oh,
I think I'm gonna yield to Nate.
oh, and hold on. I think Thomas has. We'll always go to our advisors first. Thomas, do you have something that you'd like to say?
let's go with Nate. We've just got a few issues outlined in the report for discussion. You guys know this project pretty well, so I won't belabor it. So let's let those guys go and we can go through our discussion points.
Okay.
Thank you, Thomas. Thank you, Mayor. Alicia, would it be possible for me to share my screen on the Zoom?
That
Oh,
would be
Kathleen,
Kathleen.
sorry. Changing the guard.
Yeah, I'm just a regular old Joe. So Kathleen, what's in here? Just give them co-host. Oh, gotcha. Okay. Isn't that fun?
So I think our goal as presenting this tonight is to keep it as short as possible. We have been working on this for approximately 16 months. You've heard from Mr. Krylan, the developers consultant. Mr. Schoen described the project with much more eloquence last session than I ever could, but he reiterated his commitment to bring a high-end product that includes commercial to the town of Hideout. That is the goal behind Wild Horse, and that's what brings us here today. And I think the really interesting context that we're in right now is this is, of course, a legislative decision on whether or not to approve the MDA and the rezone. And what we've been doing over the past month, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, is we've been trying to find middle ground on a lot of the items in the MDA. And I would credit Ms. McLean and Mr. Eddington with zealously pressing the interests of the town and getting to where we are today. They've been great to work with, and I'll be candid, they've won some of the issues, and we've reached middle ground on others, but there's really just 3 big points that I think we need to draw attention to, and then maybe Thomas will point out a couple others that I've left. And the first of these points is, I think it's really highlighted on page 61 of your packet. It's the phasing schedule. And there is a point of disagreement between the applicant and the town on the degree to which the villas should be conditioned on completion of the commercial. And the challenge, of course, is that the town really wants that commercial component, and they've been willing to give density and boons in the MDA, but they really want the commercial, and they want adequate assurances for that commercial. And our concern as the developer is that commercial in this development are going to be very, very expensive. And so the proposal in terms of, protecting the town's interest has been to require completion of the commercial unit before you can have building permits on the villas. But from the developer's perspective, we need to start on those villas in order to fund commercial and infrastructure. And so we've been trying to problem solve this, and we've just hit headwind. We need the council to weigh in on this issue and exercise that legislative discretion I was referring to before. And I think that what the developers request this council is to please adopt a development agreement that doesn't have these contingencies in it. And instead of having issues potentially with consistency and confusion with other aspects of the MDA, what we have proposed is a pretty streamlined Exhibit H schedule. Wild Horse Commercial would commence September 30th, 2026. Its completion date would be defined by section 1.5E. That's to avoid confusion and ambiguity between the 2 provisions. And then what we've done in our proposed version is removed the language that conditions start of the villas on them. But over the last day or 2, we've been thinking and brainstorming and trying to come up with a solution that would benefit the town and provide for some protection. And here's what we would propose. While we're not super keen on it, and I haven't seen this done in a development agreement before, we wanted to underscore that this applicant, the property owner, really wants to work with the town, and he's willing to put his money where his mouth is with respect to this issue. And so what we would propose is remove all that language conditioning, clarify Exhibit H, clarify the ordinance, but include in section 1.5E some language that would require the developer to post a performance bond in favor of the city in the amount of $250,000 if they don't commence construction within 90 days of the building permit. It strikes a balance. The developer feels strongly, they're pushing forward, they're meeting with people, they want to get this project started as quickly as possible. But in the event of an issue, there would be a performance bond that would provide some protection to the city and its interests. The second big point of contention relates to water. And ordinarily, the template used for development agreements in some projects in the past have included this language, where a developer has an obligation at the time of an application for a subdivision plat to provide satisfactory evidence that they have the water necessary for the Jordanelle Special Service District. And then at the time of reporting the plat, provide a will serve letter and execute all necessary documents to transfer any water agreement to the town. The developer has no qualms with that. Grand Summit wants to make sure that it has enough water. It's pursued and worked on the water issue. I think that they've represented to the council, even though you don't usually have to do this until later on, is that they have 9 acre-feet of water. They'd like to use it in the town of Hideout. The challenge is, in the last couple of meet and confer sessions, town staff proposed this language. Level of service shall be calculated at 0.45 acre-feet and per 3,000 acre-feet of commercial retail, and 3 acre-feet per irrigated acre for all phases of development. Now, I know we've got a long meeting tonight, but I want to explore why that's problematic. Under Hideout's code, what you're required to do is provide what's necessary for JSSD standards. What JSSD standards say is we're going to assess it and in our sole and exclusive authority determine what's necessary based on your final development application. And the third problem that we're pretty concerned about is with respect to the 0.45 acres per ERU, if you apply that to the commercial, or 3,000 square feet of commercial, it doesn't seem to be how JSSD really assesses those issues. And then with respect to the 3 acre-feet of irrigated for all irrigated acres, what JSSD did in 2023 is it adopted an alternative water-wise standard that's 1.6 instead of 3.0 if you can meet water-wise requirements. Now, we think we have enough water. We think we may even have a little bit extra. But what we don't want is language in this that locks us down and requires us to provide more water or exacts more water than would be necessary and would be proportional to the demands of our development. And so we propose removing this language, but if the council wants a middle ground, we've proposed this language that is trying to strike the balance. The level of service shall be calculated based on the level in effect at the time of the submission of the subdivision plat for the relevant phase in accordance with the Hideout code and JSSD standards. And hopefully that provides a little bit more clarity, even though the existing language really already addresses it and is consistent with the code. But that would be our second big ask tonight. The third and final one is really brief. And I appreciate, Mayor, the time to go through these issues. I hope I'm going quick enough. But the third and last thing is the proposed ordinance, which is on page 18 and 19 of your packet, had some language in it about reversion of the zoning back to mountain zone if the commercial development wasn't complete. Now, this is an area of significant concern for the developer. They're going to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on infrastructure, millions of dollars on this project. And if they don't complete it, it just reverts back to mountain and query the degree to which you could use those commercial uses. So what we've done here is propose some language that makes it more consistent with the development agreement and provides a safety valve that says absent written agreement or further approval of city council. And so I think that's all my slides. I had like 25 or 30. No, I had a lot more slides than this. tried to trim it down for you, and if you'd like me to return to any, I'm happy to answer any questions. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. Thomas, do you want to go next? Do you want to jump in here, or are there any questions?
I got a question. What is the utility of reverting back to mountain from something that was just changed?
I can speak to that.
Okay.
So that came from, so in other MBAs, the idea is that you don't want, so let's say that it gets converted to commercial.
Mm-hmm.
And then let's say that next week, Tim wins the Powerball and says, see you all later, I'm buying a mega yacht and moving to the Bahamas, right?
Okay.
And this project doesn't happen.
Yeah.
If it doesn't happen, you don't still want it to remain there commercial, that it should be an MU. You don't want it to be rezoned. You just want it to go back because they haven't performed. Because if they abandon it, let's say, then they haven't performed on it.
Or maybe because the thing is half done, a commercial entity would want to come in there at that point. That's my point. I don't really see that as like, oh, we're giving up and there's gonna be an eyesore there for 3 years. I don't see that as likely. I'm not totally, upside down on this thing. It's just I'm just kind of curious. I get your point.
I think what we were trying to do was just create some line in the sand where if you've done a certain amount of work, then you let it go forward. But what if nothing happens? You want to make sure that there's something there, that it just doesn't stay out there for 25 years or 15 years or whatever.
What kind of problems are you caused by this?
So our preference would be, we're investing a lot of money, and our preference would be that you not have this language at all. You've made it a zoning decision as as a city council. I understand you're a city now, Mayor, is that right? So you made a decision as a council and you rezoned this and we want to bring commercial to Hideout. Our original pitch was, let's take all of this language out. But in the spirit of compromise, we came up with this middle ground and our push was, let's define it in terms of completion in a manner consistent with the development agreement, which defines completion as basically construction of the exterior walls. And we're going to proceed very quickly with development, and we think that's doable. The development agreement also has some provisions in terms of timing that don't lend themselves to a concrete date perfectly. So I understand Ms. McLean's point perfectly about the rezone. I could see town councils exercising their discretion on a case-by-case basis for development, quite candidly. I think this provision doesn't belong, but my client's telling me middle ground. That's what we're shooting for today, so.
Thomas, what do you think?
I'd probably defer to Polly here. I think that the compromise language says essentially that it would revert to mountain, and just for clarification, it'll just be mountain, no R after it. It's just mountain residential, absent written agreement, so they would have to come back to council and council would make the decision.
And I can say also, part of the reason why I didn't make the change in the ordinance was because we wanted to figure out the phasing. And so I didn't want to have to be changing it we were gonna have to, this should match what your development agreement is. So I'm okay with it if it matches whatever is decided related to the development agreement.
Yeah.
But I think that it is important for you as a town council to have at least this middle ground, because it's not just commercial that can be built there under an MU. You can have residential, so you don't want someone else to just stroll in and say, well, I'm gonna build the amount of density allowed under NMU without any development agreement, which is what could happen once it's rezoned.
What if we limited the space for a commercial building to commercial in the MDA? Is that something that's workable? In other
Well, the
words,
MDA goes away, if they walk away and the MDA fails, you still have it, there's a separate ordinance or separate mechanism for the rezone. And so that's why the rezone ordinance is trying to track the development agreement to make sure that they're going hand in hand.
So this seems like actually a decent, it's a little cart, I know what Nate's doing. This is an easy one to address because I think this is fine. This language, from my perspective, is good. I think it protects the town. And then the next question is what you do about the phasing, within the MDA.
Can I add one more comment? I've never bought a lottery ticket, so.
What's your name?
What's that?
Okay.
Jim Sherman.
We always use that instead of that you got hit by a bus.
No.
Well, I pass it on, Jonathan. Any other
At
questions?
this point, I think, based on what Polly said, I'm okay with the proposed language on this point.
Yeah.
I have some questions about water. I actually like the proposal of the bond. But we're not there yet.
Yeah.
So.
Same.
So are we going now to water?
You can go to anything, I think, at this point, any comments in general.
I'd like to not go off the previous and go to water yet, we're not done.
Oh, okay, so go back to,
Talking about the zoning and the reversion.
okay.
I'm sorry, council member. We have to hit play again.
And maybe, I might have missed it, but I'm just having a hard time seeing stuff from this angle. I never received your proposed stuff about the bond. Maybe I missed it.
It was late this afternoon.
Okay.
I would have said
So,
that.
okay, so I might need a moment to read whatever these things that they're proposing because I hadn't seen it.
We take them one at a time, we'll do
Yeah.
first zoning, then let's go to water, then let's go to bond.
Okay,
So Polly, you can see this, you know?
yeah, and this is language that we had talked about and I just,
It's still protective enough for us, and
Yeah.
it would be acceptable in their opinion,
yes.
and I'm okay.
Okay.
Chris, did you have any other comments on the next setting? Water, did you?
Well, we didn't get the water yet, we're working on this, I think we're all in agreement, right? We're okay with this? The applicant's proposal of a language change, I think we're okay with that, right? We wanna take these one at a time, check the box, and move on, so. Looks like we're okay with this, Polly's giving her approval that it sufficiently protects the town and we're good, right? Any questions on this one? Council?
Doesn't appear to be. Right, let's go on. Can we move to the,
Which of the two issues, council member? Should I
I
start
would go
with?
to both of them.
Okay.
Go to water next, please.
This one has JSSD and Hideout. So how do you come to grips with if we don't have the same LOS, level of service? And JSSD is proposing, they'll probably propose a new level of service come February. That's what we hear internally at least. So when I talk to some of the folks over there, so what are you proposing here? If there's an imbalance between what Hideout has right now, ours is 0.45, which is what most of the state has had in the Department of Water Resources. So what are you proposing here, Nate?
To my knowledge, the reason that Hideout says 0.45 is, well, twofold. One, it's been that way since the NBA a long time, right? And two, Division of Drinking Water.
That's right.
And then 2017, 2018, the state legislature starts changing the statute and is trying to drive those level of services down. But when I review Hideout's town code right now, at least, what I see the town doing is just adopting the JSSD standard and kind of turning it over to JSSD. And I hope I'm not missing anything, but I believe that's 10-14-10 or 10-28-10. I could pull it up if the council would like to see it. But to the mayor's point, I think our preference would be, given that issue, and if the town's going to adopt a different standard, is in accordance with JSSD standards would be our preferred language. And the reason being that municipalities can generally only require dedications if they're proportional to the demands of that development, right? Or you have an exaction or a taking. And so our view is, and I'm not saying that's what's happening here, I'm being very careful, but our view is if JSSD does extensive water studies and they determine what level of service would be proportional, and then they assess this development based on the final application, and they come to a conclusion, yeah, we'll provide that water.
So can I just speak to that, to kind of, the standard is usually, our code is JSSD. Because we're doing a development agreement, that enables us to, in exchange for certain things, we're working into different considerations, right? So for example, we're giving them additional density, we're allowing certain variances. So I'm not concerned from a legal perspective about any allegation of exaction, because this is all part of a development agreement that has gone through planning commission and council. So ultimately, this is a legislative decision as part of your development agreement of whether you want to know how much water they're bringing or whether you want to just defer to our general standard. The town in this agreement, as you well know, you guys are well familiar with this, you're getting a commercial development, which is very valuable to the town. That's the biggest get that the town is receiving from this development. And then you can see what the variances are, what they're getting a little additional lots, they're getting slightly smaller lot size, that type of thing. So that being said, that's what you're weighing, and I would just say this is a legislative decision that is up to you whether you want it or not.
I may just briefly, Mayor.
Well, I think Polly just said, how much more water are you gonna bring us? That's how I'd interpret that.
And I think our position is, we've been planning this since what, 2016, 2017?
Six.
We've been trying, we acquired, contractual interests in 9 ERUs. And what we are asking for is the same rules apply. JSSD standards should apply to this development. We backed off the whole vesting thing. Holly was really insistent that there not be vesting in this agreement, that not lock us into codes. Now, this is the flip side of that. If we're gonna be subject to changing ordinances and subject to any changes that happen between now and the development application, we'd like to also see the benefit and make sure that our water dedication is proportional to whatever the standards are in effect at the time of that dedication.
I think Nate and Tim, what this conversation is how, the town has issues with potential water gap. So we don't want to be underserved at all. That would not serve the town. So we're looking at potentially a minimum threshold. Right now, it's 0.45. That's what JSSD says right now. If they establish a new level of service, we'll probably go along with that because they're better equipped to look at that. But, our preliminary analysis says, and from what I know, JSSD is saying is pretty consistent. So I don't see anything out of the ordinary. So then the negotiation becomes, you guys gonna bring any additional water to the town? So it's as simple as that. So are you willing to take any additional acre feet of water that you might have beyond what you would normally have need beyond 0.45 currently, and associate that with the agreement?
The difficulty with this language, Mayor, even if we were to proceed down that, and I'll let Tim, if you'd like to speak to that, is that even with this language, we're not really sure where we'll end out on that 9, It depends how irrigable acres are defined and applied based on the development application. The problem with this language is that it says 3,000 acre feet of commercial, 3 acre feet for 3,000 square feet of commercial, 4.45. But what JSSD actually does is they look at the nature of the commercial and they try to determine based on what commercial, and we don't know what that will be.
And can I
So
speak to that? Sorry, Nate, because I think this will go in your favor. We came up with that 3,000 square feet of commercial based on some old documents that had been used actually in the master MDA. So I was assuming that that was the JSSD standard. And Nate, as a good advocate, said, where'd that come from? And we did talk with JSSD and got their updated numbers. And it is actually quite a bit less as for the commercial. So for the commercial, the amount is, 0.069 acre feet per 1,000 square feet of commercial. And, and then it is 0.022 per seat for a restaurant. And so, if we were to go forward with this language, I would suggest downgrading that commercial, what's cited here, and matching what JSSD's requirements are today.
So it's like 0.7, 0.07, right? And, 0.2, 0.022?
It's 0.02. So like a
Per
50
seat.
seat restaurant would be 1 acre feet. 10,000 square feet of commercial is only 0.69 acre feet. And I just got confirmation that that was right, because it seemed low to me compared, but they said, yeah, there aren't, you don't have.
Yeah, they're both together.
Yeah, and you also, you don't, in a retail space, you only have a few bathrooms, but there's not much of a water demand.
Yeah,
So that's what JSSD is. So I would recommend, if you do go with this number or this language, that we amend the commercial retail to match what
Yeah.
JSSD's is today.
Well, and that's what I was trying to do with our proposed language. Let's just apply the JSSD standards. The other big difference there is the 3.8 acre feet per irrigated acre. It's not as perhaps as big a deal, but the JSSD has said is we have a water-wise program. It's very rigorous what you have to submit to qualify. But I think maybe there's a legislative preference for favoring conservation efforts, and this doesn't reflect. That was my other problem with this language and why I shot for something that more generally incorporated JSSD.
Beaver just enacted a water conservation program and we will as well. So, no matter where we go on the water, we want to conserve it, in town. And I think, at the state level, the same holds true. So we want to be part of that. And, so we will probably enact, with the JSSD conservation program. So hopefully we can all get to a better place on this, but to get to this agreement. Any other comments here on the water analysis and how this language is worded from the council?
I would be comfortable going along with, if I heard you, Polly, correctly, the 0.069 per 1,000 square foot of commercial. And if I heard you right, it's 0.2 for each seat in a restaurant.
0.02.
0.2? Okay, I'm good. If that's JSSD's standard today, I'm good with that today. I don't want to overtax water, but by the same token, I don't want to look at a shortage someday either. That's something that the folks here, when they turn on the tap or they flush the toilet, they expect water. And I don't want to do anything that might jeopardize that. Agreed. So I could go with the 0.45, with the 0.069 per 1,000 square foot of commercial, and then the 0.02, if I'm quoting these numbers right, I could be wrong, but whatever it was Polly stated, I can go with it.
Thank.
Carol?
Yeah.
I think for the commercial, I agree with what Polly said, the JSSD current standards. For the residential, I think we keep it at 0.45, which is the current JSSD standard.
Right, yeah.
And leave it there, because unless we want to ask for more water at this point, which it sounds like we're not, but unless you want to ask for more water.
Well, I think that we alluded to that exactly. I mean, if you have more water and you'd like to bring it in, we'll take it. It's part of the deal. And so, yeah.
Any left over, right?
Well, we'd love to have, either we're gonna fill our water gap through additional water from developers when they come in, as part of the deal. As part of what we're giving you as, concessions for, variances, for all the things that you want, not even go down the list, because there were a lot of them. But you're also bringing something to us. We'd love to have more water because it's so precious in Utah. But I think, from my standpoint, I can look at this, meet our current standards and meet JSSD standards. I think that's where we're going as a town anyway. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
would the council like to see, so the original one is on page 61, and then I'll display our version on the screen.
Bond.
And I can pull up the bond language as well. Holly, if that'd be helpful to you.
Yeah.
I'd like
I've
to see
seen
it as
that
well.
before, so.
How are you determining partial? Do you have any thoughts in mind on what that means to you?
Candidly, Mayor, we were pushing hard to get something drafted. I think we could work out something that was reasonable, but at the end of the day, the developer is really committed to bringing commercial. Mr. Schoen wants it, and we're hoping we never even get to this age.
I hope you don't need it.
It's gonna get there.
So, we're all in line with you on that, but I think having a bond, which we talked about behind the scenes, I think makes good sense. It's a little bit more protection for us. It's not huge, but it's at least it's some money. And could we do a 20% increment based upon completion?
100% of.
Yeah, so if you complete 20%, that reduces the bond by 50,000. If you complete 40%, it reduces your bond, does that make sense?
So incrementally declining balance.
Yeah.
Being amortized over the
Right.
progress.
Right, no, I think that's fine.
That's fine.
My question, just for clarification, I think this wording does that, but tell me if I'm wrong, is that the bond is due if we don't start by 90 days after permit.
Yeah.
If we
That's
start,
100%, yeah.
Yeah.
sure,
And-
then I think that makes sense to me.
I'm just talking about the word partial.
And Mayor, perhaps what we could do is say, shall be made as work progresses in proportion to the work completed, so that they should see 20%, 20%.
Yeah, because you're not gonna recalculate every percent, so make it a little bit more like.
I would recommend, of course, this is the first time I've seen this, but that's fine. One thing I would recommend is amending it so that you have a final end date. Right, like, so if nothing happens in 5 years or 4 years, I mean, we had talked about, December, I think, 29 or something like that. So in 4 years, if nothing happens, then, then the MDA is done and you can't, well, I guess the problem is that they're probably gonna be selling these lots. So you're gonna be, that's the kind of rub, right? Like, so let's say that they just go all in commercial, all in residential, and then they can't get their commercial together. Then you just have to be comfortable with the idea that you're just gonna walk away with $250,000. And that's maybe fine, and maybe then the ordinance should change if that happens, that it would revert if the commercial isn't built by a certain date, and we can make it far out there, but so that you just don't have that rezone hanging out there if for some reason the commercial doesn't have.
Well, personally, I'd like to see it stay commercial, so I would
But the
want.
problem is that your NMU zone allows for
I
other
know.
uses other than commercial.
What if we just limited the square footage of the commercial building in the MDA to say it shall only be commercial, and then we record the MDA against the land? Would that protect us?
Well, they could just pay you 250,000 and you will never have commercial. That's worst case scenario. Of course, they would never do that, but that, as a lawyer, I'm just telling you, kind of worst case scenario is instead of getting the commercial, you could walk away with
Holly, if the commercial isn't constructed, the way the ordinance is structured right now is it reverts to mountain. That's the protection, that's the backstop, right? If there's a default and we don't complete, that's the protection. And Mr. Sean, I'm sorry for cutting you off.
Yeah.
I think we're open to the idea of an end state.
Yeah. I want to just put one thing in perspective. The money on the infrastructure on the road to lay all this out, we're pregnant. Okay, so in fact, if you look at the way we've done the lots, the commercial lot is the best piece of land we have. Okay, so it has infrastructure on it. So I think someone just said, what, if we can't get it done for whatever reason, I'm not buying a lottery ticket, but well, for whatever reason, now I'm throwing myself in your shoes. Somebody who's an expert commercial person would go, wow, this is an opportunity. Right? So that's why I'm kind of throwing out there. There's this notion that, no, it's not gonna be worth any value. No, that land's worth more than any of the other ones. So put it in context because of the road. The road's almost a $6 million investment. Right? And you can't, once that's done, it's done. So you're gonna try to max that out.
So maybe what we could do is put a note on the plat saying that commercial lot can only be used for commercial. And sorry to be kind of negotiating here, but this is the
Yeah.
first I'm seeing of this.
I just heard about the bond tonight, so.
Yeah.
That's great.
I'll see this new stuff. I think it's great that you offered that as.
And you're amenable
Came in.
to Polly's description?
The only challenge, of course, with adding a plat note is something changes, you've gotta change the plat note, you have to go through the whole process, and I thought the ordinance was structured in a way that we don't have to go through processes that has automatic setbacks, but I think that Mr. Schoen said he'd be okay with it.
Yeah.
So,
Progress.
Any other comments from the council?
Nate,
I'd
just
like
a
to hear
real,
from Thomas.
just a real quick question on 15E stays the same as it is in the draft language, which says that the.
so we would add it to the end of this list.
So there would still be an application no later than September 30th, 2026. To submit for a building permit. And then within 90 days of receiving the building permit, this clause would kick in at the end.
And what we tried to do, thank you for your questions. What we tried to do, so Mr. Addington was talking about the language of section 1.5E contemplates that by September 30th, 2026, we're submitting that application. We don't know how long it will be until we get the building permit, of course, but we're supposed to complete, as it's defined by that, within 24 months of the building permit. And so what I had proposed with Exhibit G is to bring that table into alignment with the spirit and purpose of 1.5E and that following language. So.
Is it important that there's, and understand that there's a good faith effort to fulfill all of the building permit requirements, in other words? If you submit by the 26th, it's not a complete application, you don't want to take 2 years to get I'll be hyperbolic, but to get all the materials submitted to get your permit. Because you'll be in control of that timeline at that point.
I think it obligates us under the language of the ordinance to move pretty quickly on the subdivision plat. And then in terms of supplying the information necessary for that building permit, there is other language in the FDA, which we negotiated at length. It appears 2 or 3 times. We have to comply with all of the requirements, the codes to get approvals. And one of those requirements is submitting a complete application. Of course, the obligation to act with good faith and fair dealing adheres into every contract. So. Thank you for the question.
Thomas, do you have anything to, from your end? Because I think, do we have Dennis on here as well? Yeah.
Yes.
So between you and Dennis, any comments?
Relative to this issue or anything, any issue.
I'd say probably anything, because we passed the big 3 issues here.
I think,
We didn't finish this one. Did we?
I hesitate to bring this.
Did we finish this discussion?
are you guys good with that? As long as there is certainly a good faith effort to submit the building permit and
Complete.
finalize submission of building permit, pay the fees to be issued the permit, as long as you guys are comfortable
In
with
2 years, from September 26th, right?
Well, it said by September 30th of 2026, they have to submit for a building permit. And then it kind of goes into a gray area. Once they receive that building permit from the town, then they commence within 90 days of that.
They have to commence within 90 days or post the bond. They have to complete within 24 months. Completion is specifically defined. And if they make reasonable efforts, there is a one-time 6-month extension that they can get, but only if they've made reasonable efforts to move things forward and have to provide notice to the council.
That's the way I read it. Okay, on this topic, before we move on, any questions from the council on phasing? Okay, so Thomas, do you have any, let's go into your comments and any Dennis's and move up, we'll try to get some public input.
I actually think we resolved all of our other planning design comments. We incorporated some of the conditions into the actual NDA. So they've been baked in, they're not lying out in the staff report, they've been baked in. And so I don't think that we have any others, but I certainly think that we should ask Dennis to confirm that as well.
And there were obviously issues from a drainage and other that we've had, but I think, Dennis, do you have any? Yeah, do you have any comments on any outstanding issues that you'd like to bring up?
No, I think, like Thomas said, I think a lot of those have been hammered out and sort of embedded in, the discussions, and I think that we're in a good place that way.
Thanks, Dennis. Are you good with the drainage? So we're all, I mean, I know Gordon had some issues before he had left, so we good with that?
We have a report from
I think the
Dennis.
drainage issues or anything like that we had on this one were resolved. I think we're okay on those.
Good, thank you.
Drainage issues includes the slope map being part of the package. Dennis,
That's still part of the deal is they need to provide the slope map, yeah.
right, so that's on your report.
To our knowledge, we have provided the slope map at this point. Okay,
Dennis, you have the slope map?
Stamped, I'd have to go back and look. I'm sorry.
I think that was the whole point.
I think that we have the stamped version now.
We do?
We do.
Okay.
Did
Yeah,
we
that
get the
was
stamped one?
I think
I
Christian Malone.
apologize.
Yeah, we'll confirm that as a.
And if
condition,
not,
but
you'll
I'm
read
sure
the
we have
minute,
it.
right?
Yeah,
Exactly. Okay.
We have that.
Okay, we do have it. Okay. I know that I was, told that they would provide that and then we agreed to that. So I think I was comfortable with it. So I couldn't remember if that came in. So I apologize.
Okay, all streets meet current town standards. I'm going through the report, engineering report. That's in the packet on page 16. Anybody following along?
we've included language in the MDA that requires them to meet town standards. So
Okay, and then there's
Yes.
a building back on the west side of Wolf Road.
we
Shall be 20 feet.
we incorporated that change into the exceptions.
Okay. Well, as noted on the concept plan, public access and snow storage easements shall be included with the pertinent public utility easements, so we need to know what those easements are, public access and snow storage. I'm just going through the engineering
Yeah.
report that was provided to us, part of the packet for the public to look at. Just wanted to make sure we're not missing anything.
And council member, I really appreciate the opportunity to address all of these. We had multiple meetings where Dennis was participating on the call with Polly and I. And one sort of, if the council wants to turn to page 31 of the MDA. These provisions, and Dennis, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but.
Oh, that's right. They were incorporated into the provisions there. Yes. That's
And-
where, yeah.
And so we worked through and the original engineering report, it wasn't crafted in terms of legalese. And so what we did, in response to council member Ayers' question, is under subsection G, developers design stormwater roadways, public access, snow storage and retaining walls shall comply with the requirements of the HMC except as otherwise specifically provided. And that was just because we have an exception for retaining walls in this one. But
Okay, so it's covered there in the MDA. So all the
Yes.
questions we have are covered there in the MDA.
Yes, that's correct.
Great, thank you.
And
Thanks, Dennis.
just one little thing left, you are aware the Hideout municipal code does prevent any flammable or, excuse me, combustible materials within 5 feet of any structure. And no trees within 10 feet, you're gonna comply with that, right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
Just two more things there. Nate brought to my attention just for, sake of clarity, section 3.13.3 of the MDA makes an incorrect reference to mediation as 1.16. That should be 1.15, right? Okay, so just a correction there. The design guidelines, we've noted, we would recommend those be additionally approved. We've got some red lines in them. We need to work back and forth with them. They're pretty extensive. It's pretty straightforward, but they're not yet finalized. We recommend that be a conditional approval, a condition of approval. And then just confirmation that the council is okay with the proposal of 5 individual driveways off of the main road, Wolf Road, rather than the 2 that were recommended by planning commission for this.
I'm okay with that.
Is that it?
That's all I have.
Okay, so it sounds like you, I have one comment, on the MDA side of things. How did the, short-term rentals sneak in here? You know,
there.
has it, well, right, because, it's not something the town wants. In general, 67% of the town, Tim, so for 5 properties, you want to, you know, it would put a burden on the town to manage our collection. I don't see where this adds that much value to your proposition, and I think it'd be better for the town to keep the short-term rentals as clean as possible into major segregated areas. So tell me your reasoning here.
Well, the strategy would be tied to the success. The one that's gonna benefit the most from that is the retail. Because it's gonna have customers that are gonna be holden to turn around and walk 100 feet to go spend money for the town. It's that basic.
I would also argue, supporting your argument, that claim has short-term
Oh
rental
my
as well,
God.
so the
Outstanding
entire
one.
subdivision. That it's literally next to a short-term rental, so the whole area has that character already. And that if we can, I mean, we need to drive as much business over to the commercial as we possibly can. So if that's gonna help with business, then I would say that, we need that.
That's the reason.
Okay, those are good reasons. You know, how Claim got their short-term rentals, I really don't know or don't remember. So, you know, there are some things that snuck into town, so to speak, Tim, that, number 2, we don't make much money on short-term rentals. So it's more of a policing effort than anything. In fact, so that's not a moneymaker for us unless we have a major area. And if you look at Park City, they hate it, you know? We built the town based upon no short-term rentals. And that's a really great philosophy because, again, most people bought in town because there's no STRs and it doesn't drive revenue. You have a good point. Claims next door, there are some issues. So, for 5 units, if you think that's gonna really drive business, so to speak, you know, and they're down by the road, they're down at 248 side. So, but you know, I'm not, I'll tell you in general, I'm not generally for that. And I bet you if we polled 80% of Hideout, you wouldn't get a positive response. Okay? Anybody else have any comments on STR? So, given that, hey, Polly, I think we're at a point where we can open this up to the public.
Yes.
So, I'll move to open this up for public comment at this point. Rachel. Stand up and state your name.
I'm Rachel Cooper, I'm on Shoreline Drive. I'm on the planning commission and as The applicant knows I've been against it from the beginning, but a couple issues that have not been discussed here that I think you should consider as council. Is that the road access where the 5 homes are that are going up to the commercial. We had asked for those to be consolidated. So that the access to those did not end up with 5 different driveways out on the road. And I don't believe the applicant has actually changed that. I also know a lot of people here probably that are familiar with the project. If they want to ask questions, can we get a map up? So everyone can see exactly where the whole project is and everything.
Catherine, I think it's exhibit C or exhibit D, if that's helpful to you, if you
In
would.
the MDA,
That's right, it's exhibit C or D of the MDA. So probably. Maybe 10 pages down.
26.
So this is right next to claim and it's going up a steep hill. With 5 homes that are gonna be pretty close to 248. And a road that they would have to access and then it'll go over to the commercial will be. Anyway, I would like the public to be able to see this and I'd like to ask you all. So maybe
It's a few
discuss
pages down.
The road and the access and the safety.
Rachel, before you go, can you stay?
Sure.
So did the planning commission talk about the lack of a turn lane? So there is no,
Yeah, that's something we
turn
also
lane.
asked.
You guys know if you're coming from the east, heading west to turn into Claim now, off 248, there is no turn lane. You're out in the traffic, you have your blinker on, you're slowing down, hoping the person behind you gets the message. You're going to turn, you really are going to turn. And eventually you turn, but there is no dedicated turn lane. If we're putting a commercial enterprise up there, how are we addressing that?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
I think council member, the difficulty is it's a state highway. We don't have control over UDOT and we can't, control their decision to put a traffic light in, but the hope is.
We don't want a traffic light, we just want a lane, so when you're making a right turn. They already have a turn the other way.
And
When
hopefully.
it comes down the hill. You're just out there.
This is the typical complaint for just about everybody up that plane, getting on. So you're stuck with the problem that was not created by you.
Right.
And we will not get a light there because UDOT will not put something in a place where it's a 3-way intersection or a 2-way intersection. That's not gonna happen. So my suggestion would be to consider working with Chris Ensign, the owner of Claim, because he's not finished the project. And there's quite a lot of people up there, like Chris was just saying, that are really concerned about the safety. And and if you're gonna increase the traffic, that might behoove you as well. You wanna have, you wanna have patrons going to the restaurant that are gonna feel safe, so.
Absolutely.
I think it'd be a really good idea if you could widen that, and I think UDOT would have no problem, because I've talked to UDOT about this. So, I don't think it's about UDOT, I think it's really about the developers at this point.
Yeah, we'll talk to you, Don. I mean, we want the left lane,
There's a short deceleration lane there now, but it's very short.
Yeah, and it's not wide enough.
not much.
But there's no deceleration lane coming from Canada,
That's
Oh, we
it.
can't, oh, good.
none.
What the planning commission had asked for was for them to. Move the homes so that there weren't 5 different driveways, so they could actually have shared driveways, so there would be less people backing out. And one of my concerns is. If people are gonna be backing out on that road. It just seems like it could be not very safe with all the commercial coming in. If there was a way to make them. Add some extra turnarounds in the lots, that might help. But it's something that's like,
Yeah, I appreciate your concern there, Rachel. Of course, they can take things over. There are only 1 to 5 units in back of the yard. Shouldn't be that frequent, we hope. I don't know, I'm not worried about that. You are, just because. You know, I just see that as 5 units and I know if you're coming and going, but even if a residential unit, you're not coming and going now. I don't know if they can do tons, but there'll be parking along that road, right? Or no parking along that road.
There's parking allowed on one side.
On one side, that would be the uphill side, right? Be parking on the opposite side.
Yes.
So. We appreciate that of your concern, and I'm not sure if that's a deal breaker for us. I don't know if there's any real estate for them to put that in special driveway.
I don't think it's any riskier than the folks that live in Deer Waters along Shoreline Drive where the traffic flow, I think, is a lot higher.
Well, plus it's a through street too, and people are.
Yes.
This is a street dead end.
Brad, you just can't say. Nate, did you have, Nick, did you wanna have follow-up? I saw you raise your hand.
No, council member addressed everything I was going to say. I was gonna provide some information for the public, but the night is getting long.
Sure.
and I'll keep my mouth shut.
Thank you.
Okay, Brad Arnett, I live in Soaring Hog and I sit on the planning commission as well. The thing that Rachel brought up is we tried to go ahead and eliminate some of these driveways. I don't see why you couldn't at least eliminate one in lot 12 and 11 by having them combined with one driveway. You could build a mirror image of on lot 11. And so you Just for clarification, lot 11 and 12 are the two left.
Two off to the left.
Yeah, so you could go ahead and build a mirror image of the on lot 12, and align the front more along with the lines of the elevation, and so it kind of runs parallel with that, but then you could go ahead and run one driveway, so at least lot 12 isn't backing into that intersection. Okay, that might be one solution, to go ahead and get rid of at least one driveway, but my questions really kind of revolved around the any public spaces or any trails that are in there. I thought that any subdivisions between 2 and 20 or whatever had to have some sort of small section set off with a I think it lists as is either a public garden, which I wouldn't grow a garden up here. I love it.
Rock garden.
Yeah. But or like a picnic area with a gazebo or something like that. I think that I don't want to just go ahead and present complaining without giving you an alternative. But I think that either like right in front of the commercial, right where the might be a spot where you could put like a picnic table and a little gazebo, or where the access road to Claim is. There's another flat area right there that's an open area that you could go ahead and put something to that's small. Now, granted, the people in Claim might be the only people who use it, or unless I go there, and I'll tell you right now, think Grove Market, okay? Because I will drive across the state to go to Grove Market and get a sandwich. But if you build a Grove Market style there, then I could have a place I can go ahead and sit in the picnic area. Go ahead and do it. Anyway, those are my thoughts. Thanks.
Nate, you probably wanted to respond.
Just for the benefit of the public, this does have a lot of open space designs to protect the view shed around the cluster development, and the town pressed for a provision in the NDA that will require them to build a trail at some point that connects to the claim trail
Like, throw it to,
system.
you have to drive, so you have to do that.
That's
So-
right. And
One,
as Nate noted,
1.5.
much of this land is protected as undisturbed native vegetation pursuant to the lot line configuration.
All right, so we'll get something. We'll get something, and we'll get a trail connection.
The trail is noted as one of the conditions
Yes.
in the MD.
Any other public comments, either? Definitely maybe online. No hands up?
What about a trailhead? We didn't talk about a trailhead, we talked about a trail. Right, this is where people who use the trail, where they park.
there would be no parking for this trail. It would effectively kind of connect the commercial node on this proper Wild Horse over into the trail system
So you
behind.
park, can you park in the commercial, park in the parking lot for the?
I didn't say that.
Retailer would not like that.
Yeah.
They could dedicate 5 spaces for trailer use, you know, it's not very common.
There is parking along that one side of the street too. And as part of the alternative road standards, there's going to be a sidewalk that goes up into that residential, and the town staff recommended imposing a condition for some aesthetic pedestrian safety barriers. So we're hoping to have some people walking through and connecting to the trail system.
Well, thanks. I don't, if there's no other questions, I think we'll, any other questions? If, or comments? If not, we'll close public input. And, we also have to talk about the MDA, but some of that we've talked about. So do we need a vote on the zoning, right? First, or do you want to combine them, Polly? What's your thoughts here?
No, you should have a separate vote for each one, and I think the way we have it in the packet is the rezone first, and then the MDA, so that's fine.
So do we still need public, input on the MDA, right?
Yeah, why don't you open up the public?
Yeah,
comment
so,
that way?
we've been talking about the same issues here. So we'll open up to the public comment for the MDA, which is, number 2 on public hearings. Any comments on the master development agreement for Wild Horse? Kathleen, anything online? Okay, so close public input, and now any last minute comments here before we ask for a motion on the rezone?
Before we do that, we just summarize all the things we said before public input. Design guidelines are conditional, we talked about that. The water discussion, just recap that so that we can make a proper motion.
Yeah, Polly, we did, I just wanna make sure legally we have all the pieces of the puzzle connected here for everyone. And then someone can make a motion and add to that or subtract to that.
So I think there'll be 2 motions. One will be for the ordinance, which, for the rezone, and it would be amended to the language, suggested by Nate. Maybe you can send that to me. I know you sent that.
I'll send you the whole PowerPoint, Holly.
Okay, so, so that would be as amended per Nate Mitchell's edits. And then with the, okay, yeah, that's it. And then for the, resolution, it would be that the MDA be amended. And this is what I heard, but of course you guys are the legislative body, is that for, I'm just looking at the comments. For the water issue, that it shall say that, it'll be the language that's in there now, except that the commercial numbers will reflect what is currently for JSSD for commercial, retail, and restaurant. So instead of me saying what those numbers are, we'll just make sure that we're pulling the right numbers, but I think it's 0.02 per seat and 0.69 for 0.069 for per 1,000 feet of commercial. And then for the phasing, it would be as suggested. It sounded like the council was okay with the suggestions with the bond. With the one addition that there shall be a note on the plat saying that the commercial lot may only be used for commercial, shall only be used. I
And,
think that was it.
and I believe we had talked about a minor change in response to, I think it was the mayor's question about the release being proportional to the amount.
Yes.
Okay, yes, that as well.
I think we talked about 20%.
And then any other technical, of course, we would fix any typos or whatever.
And I think the only outstanding issue is, are we using the applicant's version of Exhibit G or staff's version. We had offered up the bond in exchange for using our version that we think clarifies and avoids ambiguity and conflict between different provisions.
Right, I was thinking, I mean, what I saw online, like you have the 6 months, it looked like you kept everything, you just changed that one box. Going back to the provision in the development agreement, so they're almost the same except for that one box, right?
And removed the limitation on the villas. And then
Right, right, cause in exchange for removing the limitation on the villas, you're giving up the bond.
We're adopting the developer's language in some exhibit G.
Correct,
We also forgot about the design guidelines.
and the design guidelines, thank you.
Not conditional.
So, we're back to the motion again, I think, unless anyone has any, thanks for that, Paul, I appreciate that summary. And,
I don't know if I could complete the summary.
I know that's.
I got an idea then. So is it motion time?
Yeah, it is.
Then in that case, I would move that we approve the rezoning. And consistent with our agreements expressed
No,
this evening.
just, you wanna first do ordinance,
Or you want to do ordinance first?
yeah, you're doing the ordinance, that's the rezone, so it's ordinance, 2025 O dash. Oh, XX, okay, rezoning. Amended as presented by, on the screen by me.
So. I'll adopt that language that Polly just had for my motion, so I get it right. And of course, incorporating our agreements here tonight relative to that issue. And authorize the town attorney to prepare a finalized MDA consistent with our agreements here this evening.
So sorry, you wanna do two motions, one is gonna be for the rezone.
And then one for the MDA.
Right, so first, then you'll do the one for the rezone,
That's where we're going first.
okay.
Rezone first.
What page
But
is
then-
that on in the packet?
I think it's
The
page
ordinance.
17 and 18.
The ordinance is.
Cause the MDA is not,
Separate.
it's a separate,
Councilmember, I'm working from
You
memory.
are on 18, and I'm very. Okay, so it's on page 18. So John and I already just read that title. Added there.
Why am I afraid the judge to leave?
Huh?
Oh, no, I didn't mean to leave the meeting.
I think we're getting some.
Somebody's got their audio.
Turn your audio.
Jonathan, did you make a motion or you?
I did. I did, with respect to the ordinance first, and the MDA is gonna be separate. I made the motion. Second.
Can you repeat the motion? I'm sorry.
Okay, I move that we adopt the, with respect to public hearing item number 1, the ordinance to rezone parcel 0000208164 from mountain zone to neighborhood mixed use. Right? With the changes that we have verbally agreed to here this evening. And authorize the town attorney to prepare a finalized document consistent with our agreements here today.
Second. Any other comments before we go to vote? Okay, Chris.
Sorry, reading the ordinance as presented to us.
so that language is gonna be what was on your screen, right, Ray?
Yes.
Yeah,
So what's?
Are we a yes or no?
Well, I think Chris is still
There's details,
contemplating.
there's details in this ordinance.
Councilmember, it'd be helpful, I could bring up the laptop.
That'd be-
Look at the language,
So language of, oh, okay,
post them in.
that's fine.
isn't it?
Okay, so it sounds like we have an ordinance. I need a motion from Jonathan in a second.
From
JD.
JD.
That will be adopting this ordinance. Amending the official zoning map, blah, blah, blah. Including the language from. Nate Mitchell. It's incorporated.
In our discussions this evening,
I don't have any more. Discussion about the motion.
Are you voting in favor?
Oh, did you ask me for a vote? I thought
Yeah.
it was discussion.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's money, so you're voting in
What is
favor?
your vote? My vote is yes.
Carol,
Yes.
JD,
Yes.
Jonathan,
yes.
okay, carries forward, so.
Thank you.
Now we have to do the MDA.
Right, so I summarized it pretty well, so maybe your motion can be
We'll adopt your summary.
adopt the resolution with amendments to the MDA as discussed.
All right, so I move that we adopt the resolution, incorporating all of the agreements we reached this evening, and authorize the town attorney to prepare a final MDA reflecting all and consistent with all of the agreements we've reached this evening.
Second.
You have, yeah, it's 2001.
This is for the MDA.
Any last comment? I heard you say something, Bob.
Oh, sorry, we actually also have a resolution by the council to adopt the MDA. So it's, I think it's fine. That'll work.
Chris?
What page is the resolution on in this?
Something.
So folks out there. Packet has 1,007 pages.
I think it's page 24.
Thank you. And we got.
I think you have a motion.
And the second.
Yeah, it's over to
voting.
Chris for a vote, for
Do I
her.
get to vote first all the time?
Well, we're just going in this direction.
I'm gonna vote yes.
Carol,
Yes.
JD,
Yes.
Jonathan.
Yes.
So we're good on that as well. I think that concludes the wild horse.
Can we clap?
Yes.
Thank you for working like closely with us.
I know you spent a lot of time.
Congratulations.
We're gonna make it happen, we're gonna make it happen. Yeah.
We look forward to it.
We are really looking forward.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm thinking we might want to, how are we doing on time here?
Take a 5-minute break.
Should we take a 5-minute break and give, before our next huge round of discussion? All right. 5-minute break, everyone online.
It's up to you to change.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's that?
Anyway.
You're gonna be the oldest there.
You good? Say, well, there's a little break in the action and Alicia is getting this presentation together. I also wanted to say thank you, Alicia, for contributing so much of it. 5 years and she's you moving on to new pastures. We're gonna really miss you.
Only because it's closer to my house. I do love Hideout, though. I do have a passion for Hideout. And I wanna make sure that you're all set and I wanna see these projects. So I'm gonna be watching.
All I can say is thank you.
Mayor. I appreciate it.
So we can start.
Yeah.
The presentations that we're just trying to move the participant to the other. Yeah.
Okay, so we can have, I mean, I think you want to do kind of the opening presentation, right? Why don't we start with that, because it's up there and it's on the screen.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Appreciate the opportunity. My name is Justin Keys. I'm an attorney as well. I actually stole Nate away from representing municipalities. Nate Mitchell and I have been friends. We clerked for judges together back when we didn't have gray in our hair, years and years ago. And I've been trying to convince him to come over to this side for 15 years now, and I finally succeeded. So I apologize to you that I poached him away, but I'm so happy to have him on this side of the aisle. So I'm here today representing GCD and Shoreline on the Phase 4 application. It's the first time that we've had an opportunity to be in front of the town council on this application. We have I wanted to kind of take a step back and talk to the council, but also the community about what brings us here today with this application and the history sort of the project that we have, what we're looking to do. We're very, very excited about this next phase of our project. We've worked very hard to get it to where it's at today, and so we're excited to talk to you about it. All right, one of the components, anytime you're talking about an NDA, like just a minute ago, you guys approved a rezone and NDA in the context of wild horse. And it's interesting, you know, I've been doing this for 15 years now, and I have never had a single NDA that didn't involve further approvals, oftentimes amendments. You know, I've done work with Victory Ranch. They're on their 14th amendment to the NDA, you know, two hands. You hope that people win the lottery. You hope they don't get hit by a bus, right? But you never know what's going to happen and things. So I think you're so wise to be looking at it the way you are. But here we have exactly that sort of situation. We have an NDA that has existed since 2010 that we're applying, right? And we're here in the context of that long history, 15 years later, who would have thought, right? That we're still working through this process. The reality is we frequently enter into the development agreements that have even longer. You know, I recently entered into a development agreement with 6,000 units that has a 30-year term, right? Because that's really what the saturation anticipation is on 6,000 units of your use. So you have to build some flexibility into it and plan for how that's going to work out. So what I'd like to talk about today is the rules that govern this application, so that everybody kind of understands why we're here. I know for town council, some of you, this will be a repetition of things we know so well, but I think it's beneficial to the community as well, because sometimes they look at it and say, why is this happening in my backyard? And they don't realize that the entitlements to that happened 10, 15, 25 years ago, right? So I think it's helpful to talk about that. I want to talk about a doctrine called vested laws as well, and then phasing summary site plans, all of that. And then I'm going to show, we'll get to the juicy stuff, which is the actual renderings of what we're proposing to build, the benefit that the community wants to see. So I've been in a couple of public meetings now. I've been in many public meetings over the course of my career, but in a couple of them for Shoreline, and I've heard this same refrain, right? What are the rules and standards that guide Shoreline's development? Everyone seems a little bit confused by this. So the first thing I want to talk about is a doctrine called vested rights. So Western Land Equities Inc. versus City of Logan is sort of the premier case in Utah that sets out the doctrine of vested rights. Interesting tidbit, the judge I clerked for was the attorney that argued that case back in 1980, a fellow named Ted Stewart. But anyway, the vested rights doctrine is really a recognition on the part of the Supreme Court of balancing the interests of a municipality against the interests of private landowners and creating some predictability. And so what they say is that the above, these competing interests are best accommodated, in our view, this is the Supreme Court, by adopting the rule that an applicant is entitled to a building permit or subdivision approval if his proposed development meets the zoning requirements in existence at the time of his application, and if he proceeds with reasonable diligence, absent a compelling countervailing public interest. Well, that's a lot of legalese. What does that mean, right? Go next. There we go. What is meant by this vested rights rule? The vested rights rule means that an applicant for land use or development is entitled to consideration approval if the application is complete and it complies with all zoning requirements in place at the time of the application, right? Put another way, you have the right to develop, to build vests when a complete application is submitted. They can't change the rules of the game, right? So what that means for an applicant is it creates this predictability that you can make an investment in real estate and trust that it's going to be a good investment, right? This is actually, I think, one of the things that sets us apart in the United States versus other locations that I've been, and talked with other attorneys from other countries. When you don't have that same predictability of what your rights are going to be, it drives down property value. So this is actually something that creates the property value we have because you have this anticipation out there that's going to be there, and it's settled in our code. I'm creating my own little image here. This is ChatGPT, drew that up for me. But I asked the question, okay, so why are vested rights important? And here I have my individual I created, we'll call him Tom, standing there looking at his prospective lot that he's acquired with the hopes of constructing a single family home. This is actually exactly what happened in the Western Land Equities case, right? In that case, they acquired ground with the plan in Logan, it's up in Logan, of constructing single family homes because that was allowed by the zoning. So they bought it with that intent, they put an application in, and then there were members, people that had interest in the surrounding area, and members of the planning commission decided, we really don't want a home here. That's not what we want to see in this location. So after he had already applied, bought the land, applied, made his plan, gonna build his home, the city went back and changed the rules of the game and rezoned the property and said, we're not gonna allow single family homes here. And so rather than just selling the property, the person said, I really want to build a home on this land. And so he fought it and took it all the way to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court adopted in Western Land Equities this vesting rule and said, no, you can change it before, right? You have the zoning authority, city, county, and you can set it out through your general plan. But once you've established that those are the rules of the game and somebody makes an investment based on that, we're not going to let you change the rules of the game unless there's these countervailing public interests. There are some minor, there are exceptions, but they're very high bar, right? That's so that my boy Tom, once he acquires that land and has the dream of his home and he's meeting all the requirements of the code and submitted, he can actually see that come to pass, right? And it protects all of us. Otherwise, you could make huge investments in property and at the whim of something that's totally out of control, they could take that away. That's why this doctrine is so important. All right. In our situation, we have vested rights that are derived directly from the master development. The master development agreement in this case actually dictates that our vested rights are as strong as they can be under state law. And that was adopted all the way back in 2010. So back in 2010, a totally different version of the council with a different owner actually in that circumstance decided that we were going to vest to the rights that are in this MDA, then we would have those protections. It was based on this MDA and the promises within it that my client acquired the ground, right? They were promised 700 units of developable land, consistent with the plan of the MDA and the R spot, et cetera. And that's baked into the MDA. I've flipped it right there in that portion of it. There also were promises within that the town would cooperate in ensuring that those developed applications would be seen through, consistent with the NDA and the R spot, right? The town also points out there's provisions in there saying that it's going to vest it under the then applicable versions of the code. That's another. This is where this NDA is very strong. Earlier, we had discussions that I think were really helpful and enlightening for this conversation, because there was the back and forth. Do we vest it now on water, or do we apply the code on water in the future, right? Are we saying we want exactly this much now, or we want the amount that's applicable then? In this MDA, they said right now, right? Whatever the code is right now, that's the code you have to comply with, even if it changes. And there's some exceptions for health and safety, that sort of thing, but primarily best right now. All right, so summarizing quickly what we just talked about, we now know what vested rights are and why they're important, right? Individual entities are entitled to vested rights consistent with the zoning laws in effect when their application is submitted, right? We know that we have vested rights associated with this shoreline development, right? This is shoreline phase 4 because we've already been through 1, 2, and 3, right? And many of you, I'm sure, live in a home that came to be because of 1, 2, and 3, right? And the entitlements that were granted there. So what then are the criteria for approval of this application, right? That's what becomes important. Where are we now? What is it that the town council is doing as we come forward with our application in this context, right? Because it's very different than Wild Horse was, you know, that it's a different set of considerations. All right, this is just the development timeline, so you can understand. I talked about it already, but the original MDA was signed back in 2010. We received our preliminary approval under a preliminary, what's called a preliminary site plan back in 2016. In 2017, we started our first phase. We've gone through that, the second phase in 2017, and then the last most recent in 2021, phase 3. You guys are getting a legal primer here on land use law, so I apologize. But there's two different aspects of land use law. There's legislative and administrative, right? There's legislative land use law, which occurs when there's a weighing of broad policy considerations. That's what happened in Wild Horse. I loved when the mayor stuck it to Nate, and he could have been even harder on him. I would love that too. But said, look, yeah, I want something. I'm giving you something. I want something. That's classic legislative, right? That's your weighing the policy consider. Well, is it a good idea for us to do this and this? Is this where we want commercial? Yeah, this is where we want commercial. Let's look at a rezone that allows us to have commercial here. That's a legislative action. There's only one body in the town that can take that action, and that's this body right here, right? They're the ones who decide long-term planning and weigh those legislative decisions. That's the sort of thing. But there's a different set of approvals that are administrative in nature, right? Administrative approvals can be done by this body. They have all the authority any other bodies does within the towns, but it can also be done by the planning commission. Planning commissions can make administrative approvals, and in some circumstances, it can be done just by staff. There's staff level administrative approvals. The big difference between a legislative approval and an administrative approval is that there is no weighing of policy considerations, right? There's none of that back and forth that we just had earlier. All it is you've got the preset name of the game, right? Whatever the rules of play are, which is come in the form of the MDA and the code. And you just review that for compliance. That's what an administrative decision is. You're reviewing what's there, what's been submitted, and you're saying, it's box checking, right? And there really is no discretion on the part of the body that's acting in that way to go into a legislative role. Where I've seen this get confusing for the public and where they get upset quite often, and I feel where they're coming from, is that when a legislative body makes an administrative decision, it doesn't always occur to them that it's not a legislative decision, right? So you're coming as a member of the public to it and you see them approve something and you're like, I cannot believe they did that. Why would they do that in this location? Not realizing that all they're actually doing is taking an administrative action based on approvals that happened 10, 15, 20 years ago, right? And that sometimes puts elected bodies in an awkward position. I've been there a few times representing the final, developers in the final piece of a development that everybody thinks should be open space, but is entitled with a building, right? And then the legislative body's stuck saying, we would love to have this as open space too, but it's already been entitled, it's already been approved. If they check all the boxes, we don't have a right to say no, right? It's important to keep that in mind. And I say that because we're in administrative land today, right? All the weighing of policy considerations associated with the approval of shoreline happened back in 2010, right? Today, we're just checking boxes.
Except for anything health and safety related.
Except for anything, and that's a very narrow exception, but yeah, health and safety related. And if there's a broad, I suppose if there's a broad countervailing public interest that can meet the level
And a
that
broad
this is,
countervailing public interest.
that The goals are very, 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 very limited.
But those are the things we'll.
Yeah, those can't come up. Can't come up. So when you're looking at administrative decisions, typically what you're doing is you're applying the plain language of the regulations of the land use, right? Going through and saying, are we hitting these, right? And it's, you're drawing inferences or conclusions. If there's any ambiguity in those, all of those inferences and conclusions have to be drawn in the applicant's favor. Utah is it's very protective of real estate owners' rights, right? And applicants' rights. We're very business friendly. That's the way the state is. I went to law school in California, and so I actually practiced at a national law firm in California, representing developers before I came to Utah. And the law is, it's a totally different game in California, I can tell you, than in Utah, right? The legislature here, I swear about 50% of them are developers. You know, it's like, so every year they just make it, they constrain, they tie the hands of municipalities a little more. I mean, that is the reality. And so that's another, thing to keep in mind. If there is any ambiguity, any question, right? If there's ever any question about how something should be applied, what the state legislature has said is you construe it in the favor of the applicant, you construe it in the favor of the other. So, all right. One of the interesting things about administrative decisions as well is there's a doctrine called public clamor. And I know this is really frustrating for members of the public. And so I always try to give a little context to this. The reality is when you're making an administrative decision, you cannot just rely on public opinion or preferences to deny it unless it's tied to a code-based provision, right? So if it's just, well, I go out there and I like watching the moose walk through that field, and I think it's important for the moose to have a field to walk through, that's kind of your quintessential public plan, right? It's not tied to something, and it actually puts the elected body or the approving body in trouble, right? It's a dangerous ground to go on if you listen to that and deny an application on that basis, because Utah law says that's public clamor and not adequate cause to deny an application on an administrative basis. All right, so quick summary, we got an MBA from 2010, and shown you the MBA language. We understand vesting. We understand that there are legislative decisions associated with approvals. That's where we are today. We're in the administrative decision land, which means we're checking boxes. All right, so it takes us to today. We're in phase 4, final subdivision application. We're in the subdivision process. The subdivision process is a process set out under LUDMA, which is the Utah law delegating authority to municipalities to regulate land use. And it's a process by which you break out parcels of land and sell it to individuals, right? You can also parcel it out, but the subdivision approach is the better approach. Typically, you have a preliminary plan. This is taken from Hideout's town code, which copies follows from LUDMA. But the way it is, the step 1, you come forward with a concept plan, which we did years ago, 2015. You get a preliminary plan adopted, which happened in 2016. And then when you're finally ready, when you're ready to come to a final subdivision plat and start building and selling lots, you come in for a final subdivision plat, which is where we are today. So we're in that phase of Hideout Town Code 10.3.101, right? Is this final subdivision plat. And we submitted for our final subdivision plat on phase 4 on July 16th of 2024. So it's been a year and coming up on a year and a half, 15 months. You will notice, so in that final subdivision plat, I mentioned earlier that under our MDA, we have 700 units that we're allowed to build. In this current phase, we're looking to build as many as at most 232 units, or as few as 140, depending on how the ultimate layout of the individual buildings is. So that's the range we're looking at. This is our quite small, so I can't see it well from here, but this is the original conceptual site plan and what the breakouts were. I'll just tell you that this area, phase 4, is in the residential medium density zone, right? So that allows up to, I think, 20 units per acre. We're not anywhere near that. And then this sets out that we're going to have attached homes up to 3 stories. That's what the original preliminary design is, an entitlement for this phase. So here we are. This is phase 4. Like I indicated earlier, I have this unit density summary because the way that this will go out is it'll be partially market driven, and we have either 4plexes or 6plexes, varying unit sizes. So depending on which one we sell more or less of, we'll have fewer or more units sold within the development. So yeah, I'm sorry, I'll go back. So yeah, we'll be anywhere from 140 to 232 units in this phase. Moderate amount, if it's in the middle, will be 186. The R spot is very flexible in nature. I know one of the things that comes up is people will look at it and say, wait a second, your final site plan isn't exactly the same as your preliminary site plan, right? These aren't exactly the same. That's common. A preliminary site plan, you know, like I talked about earlier, you have developments often that run for 30 years, right? And things change. What you find on the ground is different than what you anticipated it would be, right? You're up there working on a project and you realize, you know, I think the worst one I had was there's a protected tortoise, you know, that was in California, that you can't develop on its habitat. So now we got to change the site plan to try to get around his key, you know, locations. So the R spot, the town code builds us into it and says, look, when you have these long development periods, we need to have a lot of flexibility, right? So as long as you don't exceed your total unit count, the 700, we're gonna have flexibility in moving those from one buildable zone to the other. Similar, here's some additional language that talks about the density pods, because that's the language that the R spot specifically speaks to, and flexibility. And it says, you know, you can flex the density up and down in your various pods. We've already done that. I could walk through, I don't want to take all night, but I did an analysis of all the earlier phases. And in 2 out of 3 of them, we have built much, you know, way fewer number of units than we were entitled to for various different reasons. One was, you know, we had a council that asked us to reduce the density and go to a less dense stack flat type proposal because it was right next to existing single family homes, and so they wanted to transition in a barrier. So we have shifted our density to different pods. This is one of those pods where we've allocated more density than maybe some of the others, but we're all still tracking to be well below our 700 total units. All right. This is shoreline. The section in white there, the blob in the middle, if you will, is future. Those are future phases, right? And they're defined in the first place. You know, they have their own sort of zoning anticipated in different uses. What we're phase 4 is the phase along the bottom, closest to the lake. This is zoomed in on it. What we don't want to be deceptive at all. So in this plan, we said if we built the maximum density, this is what it would look like, right? If we end up putting the most units in, because that's what sells as a sixplex, this is how it would turn out. This is as dense as it would get. To put that in context, because I'm a visual guy myself. There was some concern, I've heard some concern, like, well, sixplex, that's huge. You know, what's the footprint on this going to be? For those of you that are familiar with the area, the shoreline phase 2 fourplex is 158 feet wide. They're just larger units, right? They're bigger units. The shoreline phase 4 sixplex, because it's a smaller total footprint per unit, is actually 157 feet. So it's a foot smaller in footprint width and roughly the same sort of proportions otherwise than the shoreline phase 2 fourplex. So if you want to get an idea, you know, boots on the ground, visual, what is one of these going to look like? What's the massing going to be? Just go look at a shoreline phase 2 fourplex, and that will give you the concept of it.
What's the square footage?
They'll vary between about, the smaller narrow units are about 1,600 square feet. But if we put 4 units in the same building size, we've got 2,800 up to 3,400. There's about 12 different plans that can mix and match. So we're not gonna build, the demand's not gonna be for 232 smaller units, just not gonna happen. I mean, most of our buyers want larger units. In fact, phase 3, if some of you live in there, those are 3,500 up to almost 4,000 square feet. So our sense is we'll be moderate to even lower
In our overall density.
and overall when we're done.
And I do have some renderings that I'll get to in the pretty pictures, so you can see sort of, because we have our plans.
You have
The architect was out some, I can't remember.
Yeah, they're limited to 3 stories in the height question, but the other exciting component of this phase is this is where we're building our clubhouse, our park area, evening area, pickleball courts, restrooms. So this is a major community amenity, something that, you know, frankly is lacking in Hideout is this type of community, along with the trails. And these guys have spent a lot of money designing an amazing clubhouse and related facilities. This is the least pretty picture of it because this is just the landscape plan seen from above. But we'll get into that. That is another component of this phase. This is a different angle, so you can see we have oriented it so that the clubhouse and the connected park is all integrated with Dead Man's Gulch. We thought that would work best. It's going to tie directly into the trail systems. So ideally, many of you don't have to climb in a car and drive down to the clubhouse. You can just hop on a trail system, hop on a bike, depending on the weather, and get right down to the clubhouse that way.
And on that, go back one,
Yes,
Justin.
sir.
So I kind of went over this with past meetings. There'd be an amphitheater up here for public use. And then part of the clubhouse, we've already committed that we'll have a public access bathrooms to the clubhouse. So there'll be actually 2 public bathrooms, outside that be open for public to use coming and going. And then the clubhouse itself will have additional bathrooms for all the indoor amenities for shoreline residents would need to scan a key card to get in. But we've committed to put public bathrooms available in the clubhouse for exterior use for anybody walking, mountain biking, the amphitheater use as well. And then we, along with the amphitheater, we'll build a stage with lights and power for bands to come out and use that.
Remind me, Lynn, how many parking spots we have there? I think it's
There's
22.
22 at the clubhouse itself, but we anticipate, if the city does their outdoor concert theater, that people would have to bike or walk, or perhaps some public transit could be put in place. But that's more than enough parking just for the public, and a lot of shoreline residents will just walk. It's not that far.
Yeah, it's 22 dedicated stalls. We also have street parking that would be in addition to that, so you can probably fit a lot more cars. But okay. Okay, so this is what an aerial view of what it would look like. Once more, all of these we're showing maximum densities. If we got 232 units in there, like we say, we can flex down substantially. There you see with the pickleball courts, the clubhouse. That's the amphitheater there that Glenn was talking about further up on the hillside. I've walked this location. I'm a visual guy. I've got to put my feet in the ground, to understand plans. I've walked it with these plans, and I can tell you the views from that amphitheater. And then there's a trail around to the left to a seating area, and the views from both of those locations are bar none. I mean, that's one of the things I've always thought. Hideout, you guys really have the best view around. The view back of Deer Valley East is only going to improve over time. And the way that this has been designed is to capture those views. All right, there you see it all together running up. So the community, then with the clubhouse, the trail system, having connected up. These are accurate renderings of what it is going to look like. We've got pretty well-baked plans. Our architects have been going to work. So that's the back view of the clubhouse, along with that sitting area that's out on the knob that I was talking about to the right. And then some of the units.
So just along what Justin just said, these are real architectural plans that are basically done. They're not conceptuals we've just pulled offline. So
this was not done, unlike my drawing, it's not done by Chad.
With the state park,
where's the what?
border with the state park.
Just barely outside that.
Below.
Well, yeah, go back a slide, Justin.
Okay, that's a good,
Yeah, that's a good one.
that's Dead
So
Man's Gulch.
here's Dead Man's Gulch, which will tie into the trails. So about 20 feet off the backs of these units is the state park. Right there, I'm blocking this way. So this is a knoll that's on our property. You can walk up, hike up there. It's a beautiful little area. We can build an amphitheater, a Ramada type deal, and a fire pit and spot to hang out. Technically for shoreline residents, but any public can be welcome to use it. So yeah, this general line is the state park, and then Dead Man's Gulch is coming down here.
Excellent.
The reason I asked about that, we're gonna eventually talk about drainage.
Yeah,
Sure, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, there's another angle viewing down. As you can say, you can see the lake in the background. Really is just, I think, captivating the way it takes advantage of the views. This is a rendering of the clubhouse that, like we say, this is not a concept. This is not auto-generated. This is what we intend to build. And it'll be stunning. Get the pool, hot tub. I don't know how many of you are shoreline residents, but if I were a shoreline resident, I'd be very excited to have this amenity available to me.
Well, they wanna have it, but they don't wanna have to pay for it.
The developer is paying for it.
People pay for it.
The dues.
If you're on that slide with it, where is the when, so to speak? Because I think there's been some
The
concern.
clubhouse went.
Yeah, you.
Yeah,
Glenn, can-
that question was raised at the last planning commission. We are committed to build the clubhouse, no, 100 units sold in phase 4. But in reality, we're gonna wanna build it as much sooner, you know, as soon as we can. Financially, we'll pay cash for it, so there won't be any burden or bonds on future homeowners. And the other thing, as a developer, developers will go in and build amenities, and then they'll supplement the HOA dues to maintain it. And then all of a sudden, oh, it's all done, and then boom, your HOA dues double or triple. We don't do that. We wanna make sure there's enough rooftops built between all the shoreline phases that they can cover the costs of it. So a clubhouse like this is expensive to maintain. I mean, honestly, the utilities are minimal. The expense comes in the pool and the hot tub public use. If you get into that with the Department of Health, I mean, they gotta be monitored every day. So that's what the expense comes.
Yeah, we've run the performance, it's all about having a critical mass of rooftops, right, to maintain it, and that's we've had those conversations internally. It's not like they're gonna be saddled with the debt, because the developer is committed to staying cash to build it all. But the maintenance cost, you have to have enough people to spread that out, so it doesn't put a hole in the pocketbook. So that's, we anticipate that being $100.
Yeah, at the latest, $100.
And that'll be, it's available to all shoreline residents, so all the other phases will also be participating. Here's another rendering from the back. And by the way, all of this, I've included majorities in a pack in handouts over here. If any of you are curious, if you want this to take home, there's handouts available by the team.
You said 3 stories?
Yes.
That looks an awful lot like 4 to me.
Well, those are rooftop decks, and a normal architecture, you'd just be roofing and shingles. So it's not any taller overall than a 3-story building with a roof.
Just, you said you had some conceptual drawings, a handout? Didn't see them.
Oh, I think we do. I'll get you some.
I got that one, but that's, we can have it. We don't have any of. No.
Here's some landscape ones. It's all on the town's website.
Okay.
This is part of the packet.
Yeah.
So you can see here, these are
Sorry.
you trying to get it full screen.
We're getting some chat and we're trying to lock down the meeting, so.
No problem.
So that's an elevation of an uphill plan. And then behind it, you just see 2 stories going up, but,
We are working with the grade.
and then, probably click next one. That'd be a downhill plan. So you've got a main floor with an upstairs, a little bit of rooftop deck, and then a walkout basement behind it.
There you go, same thing from the downhill side. Yep. All right. That is the totality of my presentation. Happy to answer questions. I have other presentations that are question specific, but I don't want to waste everyone's time, take the whole night. But
It's not open to the public technically at this point. I'm sure you want to jump in here. And we still have to take on our, well, first of all, any questions for Justin, because I had a couple. One is, this town is about view sheds. So what I don't see here is, what does it look like from from shoreline 2 and 3, so to speak? What does that angle look like? And what are the view sheds? I know you've done some manipulations here to maybe open some things, but I would love to know what your, how would you describe the view sheds in this 200 unit complex, and how does it affect the other?
Go back to a site plan, Justin.
Because it would have been great to have whatever.
Yeah, I mean, we can't.
Contours on that. Do you have any renditions of the overall site and how the view line?
this kind of helps even these renderings, because this is accurate to scale.
Yeah, keep going back.
Oh, real quickly. One of the great things about this site is that it it is all downhill, right? As you're developing down, it has a lot of downhill grade. That's a challenge, right? Hideout has to deal with grade because there's grade everywhere. But the upside of grade is that as you climb the hill, you're maintaining those views. And I think the other thing, everything's capped at 3 stories. And so it's able to help cap that view and everything's kind of building downhill. You can kind of see it in these renderings too, right? That you have just this constant downhill.
So click one forward there, Justin. Okay, so. The overall grade elevation from. This point to this point is 70 feet, so it's significant. This is actually the flatter of all the sites we've done, compared to phase 1, 2, or 3. But, you know, phase 2 is really looking this way. You know, that's the way we want to put in rooftop decks. So if you're up on your roof, you'll be able to have clear views over every building below. You know, with the 70 feet, there's 7 rows, be about 10 feet elevation change from row to row to row, all the way up the hillside. And then once you get up into future phases up this way, that grade really starts to climb up, you know, and anything on future phases is going to look completely over this phase. And then one of the other things the planning commission asked us to do is to open up a view corridor or a trail corridor. So this area, we dropped total set. We dropped the maximum from 239 down to 232, but again, we're not gonna get 232.
Yeah.
But we did open up this area here for another trail coming all the way down. It doesn't look like much, but there's about 60 to 70 feet between each of those buildings, so that'd be a trail amenity. I'll go back to the landscape plan. Go up. Click a couple more, one more. Right there. Okay, so this is the trail that come down from the clubhouse area. And then it'll come through here, and another trail, just, you know, trail going up there. These trails tie into phase 2, and then there's a, you know, perimeter trail going all around shoreline property and going over where Deer Waters is. So, you know, like this little area is, like I said, it's 70 feet wide by 100 and something. So we're gonna do some more landscaping there, put a little benches for, you know, view, you know, because that's right on the park, you know, the state park for view. So that kind of answers the question about the view corridor and the grade dropping down.
Actually, yeah, it's not open for, and, well, are there any other questions on that, council, for Justin? And we will grab some of our advisors, so to speak, here.
Any other changes between the time you left the planning commission and this plan? I think I noticed some curviness in the road.
Yeah, well, there's 3 notes there. The open view trail corridor in the middle, I just pointed out. We dropped a maximum of 7 units. Again, it's not gonna be that many anyway. And then the increased road curves, so it doesn't. You know, those roads curve quite a bit. And in addition to that, instead of putting the buildings all parallel, you know, right to the road, as close to the road as possible, they're jogged back and forth. So the minimum setback is 20 feet, but it might be 20 feet on one corner and 30 feet on the other corner of the building. So there's a lot of variation in jogs back and forth of the buildings.
Yeah, those are kind of site plan changes. The other thing, we came up with a completely new stormwater plan, stormwater retention plan, and we have the stamp certified. That's part of the reason the packet is so large.
Yeah, and we can get into some of the, you know, any questions with
Specifics of
that.
that, yeah, that's.
Part of there's the power lines that run overhead through here.
Yep.
So we have to keep distance away from, you know, buildings through there. So we're kind of, you know, a straight perfect line here with the state park. Power lines here are straight lines. We're trying to put curvy, joggy buildings in between 2 straight lines that we can't cross.
Council, any other questions for either Glenn or Justin at this point before we open it up to some of our advisors?
What some of our advisors.
Thomas? Dennis and Polly. So, planning, legal, engineering.
Any questions from the council?
You know, I do have a question for Polly. Polly, do you agree that they have these vested rights as they've explained this evening with respect to density and the vesting of the town code back in 2010? Do you agree with that?
Yes, they're vested for a total, it's 700 units and I think 580 ERUs is what was promised to them back in 2016. And the master MDA does vest anything under the master MDA and the vested code that we have on our website. There are the exceptions, as Councilmember Bear pointed out, regarding, you know, federal laws or emergent public safety, that type of thing.
Okay, thank you.
Glenn, I know a traffic study was conducted, and I was wondering if you could share kind of the results of that and how you ran it 100% and all that.
Yeah, here's the traffic. We've got hard copies of everything, so you don't have to click through 1,000 pages online.
Page 960, 1027.
Wow. So Joe Perrin is a professional traffic engineer. Traffic studies are done. When we first started to dig into the traffic study, we said, well, how many people live at Shoreline? Is it 50%, 100% occupancy? You know, is there any kids around, that kind of thing? What we did, we told Joe, look, don't worry about any of that. Run the traffic study, assuming 100% of the homes are occupied full time, and assume that there's national charts about daily drive counts. People coming and going to work, people coming, teenagers going to school, sports, that sort of thing. In reality, we don't have that in Hideout. But we told the traffic engineer, run everything at its absolute maximum and then see what you got. And that's what he did. And the traffic study, which is on the packet there, it said, look, the roads can handle it just fine, even at 100% max. We got 4 egress four egress points getting out of Shoreline, out onto the highway. It's not a concern. So it's in the packet. Joe Perrin is the traffic engineer, and if there's any specific questions, he said
He's online, actually.
Oh.
If there are questions, our traffic engineer is.
Yeah, any questions specific for him? So the traffic report's about 30 or 40 pages, a lot of it's just charts. But the whole gist of the story, we just said, run it at absolute maximum, which really won't happen. Are we okay then? He says, yep, you're totally okay. There's no concerns. So that answers the traffic.
No, that's perfect. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, council. Another question for either Glenn or Justin?
I have a question about the storm drain. I'm looking on page 197. Where it says the water being discharged from phase 4 will go into an existing drainage channel that eventually discharges into Jordanelle Reservoir. That has a lot of concern for me, that it goes into Jordanelle.
Yeah, well, I can answer that. So we have a whole stormwater plan, but the reality is the water line, interesting as you thought, is fascinating. You have an obligation to not, if you do development activities on your property, you have an obligation to not push your water off on other properties. It's a trespass, technically, right? And so you have to maintain and manage your water. And so we have a stormwater plan. That's part of the reason this is so long, that LEI and another engineer named Dave Erickson have come up with and said, okay, look, here's all of the flows that can occur over time on this property. And here's the mitigation measures you have to take and put in place in order to ensure that water doesn't run off the property. So that handles the water that we are adding to the discharge as a result of our development activities. But there's also other water that already flows in Dead Man's Gulch. That's why there's a gulch, right? There's other water that already flows through the property and flows out, right? Interestingly, under Utah law, we don't have a right to stop that water. Right, because it's first in time to use water is the one who's entitled to it. So I can't build a pond on my property because I see water flowing through the ditch and divert that water into that ditch and make my own swimming hole, right? Not in the West. Because someone down line on that ditch has rights to that water and could sue me. I've had to defend people who have done exactly this, not realizing that they couldn't do that. And so there are two competing obligations. They call it detention and retention, right? You have an obligation to retain some water. You have an obligation to detain other water and put it through riprap and other separating and engineered fixes to make sure that it's still pure as it leaves your property. And then there's water that exists and flowing and you don't have any obligations or any rights to. So one of the things that's come up is what are we doing with the water? That's on that page that you're looking at there, Carol. What are we doing with the water that's coming onto our property from other properties that's already been coming onto our property from other properties? What are we doing with that? And so what we proposed and what our engineers recommended is we are actually piping it. So that water already flows into Jordanelle, right? Has since the creation of Jordanelle. Before that, it flowed right on down into Keeley and out and down into Provo, right? So that water, the water that we're piping is the water coming onto our property and we're just piping it through the property and back off. Any water that is surface water that lands on our development and leaves our roads or anything like that is going into our stormwater system where it will be processed and retained where appropriate, and then go into the system. So we're not pushing any water off into Jordanelle. Well, other than the water that eventually go through the system and is clean and goes, consistent with our engineering reports, or what was already flowing through. And that we are piping and flowing through, consistent with the instructions from our engineer.
Did you get a letter from Bureau of Reclamation?
We did, yeah, we met with the Bureau of Reclamation on Monday. Yeah.
Great, let's talk about that letter. So we have a letter about encroachment on United States withdrawn lands, Dead Man's Gulch, and it's a drainage problem. So they detail in this letter that Jordanelle Reservoir provides drinking water for over 1.5 million people. And that it's critical that water quality be protected. So, and they advised you that any water discharge on federal lands or waters of the United States is considered trespass, so any water discharge.
That doesn't count water that's already flowing through. It's discharges
There was
new
a
water.
pond there. There was a pond there
There was.
that was in Dead Man's Gulch, was created many years ago. And that is the condition that the Bureau of Reclamation, I think, guessing, is expecting to be maintained.
Well, we have a pond as part of our, and this is what they weren't aware of until Monday. But in your packet, you'll see what page is that exactly, Glenn?
So I don't know. So when we met with them, they actually didn't have any concerns with what we have now. They just want to make sure whatever's developed in the future. There's two rules of thumb that they have. Number one, you have to discharge whatever it's been at historical rates. It can't be over that amount. And number two, it has to be discharged onto, their property at historical water quality levels.
Water quality, volume, and flow rate.
Correct. So,
Three components.
yeah, those three components. So the system is designed that a new basin's gonna go back that will function as a retention basin and release water at historical rates. Contingent upon their criteria. And then we'll have what's called a base saver, oil separator, water cleansing, machine that's actually underneath the road. I've emailed some, in fact, it's in front of these pages, all the details about how those functions. And then, they'll get discharged at historical and quality levels. So we're in the process of working, out.
Working it out.
Yeah.
They're working it
It'll
out.
get worked out. Hideout needs to be involved in it because they'll be responsible for maintaining.
Right.
And,
Can I add to that?
yeah,
So I was at the meeting as well, Jackson Stewart, I'm with GCD. I'm also an attorney with GCD and was with that meeting. If the VOR at the end of that meeting did not have any concerns that we currently were violating, their standards. They're concerned about future development, but they were only concerns. They didn't have anything to point out that we're violating current laws or that our plan will violate current laws. They were just made aware of developments happening. It's nearby, and we want to make sure we're on the same page. They also shared that the agreement that they want in place is not even with us. It's with the town. To make sure that the long-term maintenance of the stormwater system, similar to all stormwater systems that become property of the town, is maintained. So at this time, there were no concerns that we are doing something wrong or that there is a violation within our plans.
Well, we have concerns. We want to make sure the stormwater system
Of
that
course.
you design, we
Correct.
can maintain, and it does meet
Correct.
these,
Of course.
well, especially water
Yeah.
quality standards.
And to your point, Chris. You know, our design's done, our designs and specifications. Will need to be reviewed, you know, the Bureau of Reclamation wants to have their guys look at it. And basically give their blessing and thumbs up to, yeah, that looks good. So we're in the process of doing that. After we had the meeting, we said, hey, do you wanna go down to the site and take a look at it? And they said, no, we don't have any concerns. Cause physically, right now, we actually have a big berm in place, several silt fences, what's called, you know, our SWIP plans. We monitor that, and make sure that no stormwater, you know, surface water that might land in a rainstorm is getting discharged. You know, now, and as we build further, you know, a new basin will be built that'll function like it should, and an oil separator. And Chris, do you have that letter I handed you? Do you wanna read it's kind of lengthy. Is that-
From Jason Baum.
No, it's Greg Mandelby. So this was the engineering firm that designed the stormwater system and, you know, it's on the public record. I mean, you think you can probably read the last paragraph.
Well, some
Perfect.
engineer who says a seal on here, Greg McElvey has a seal on here, says, in conclusion, the shoreline phase 4 storm drain system has been designed to function as an integral part of the larger shoreline development while maintaining compliance with the town of Hideout standard, which is not the federal standard.
Correct, and
And the drinking water that's downhill from us.
right, so we got that stuff. Part of the problem we've got is the federal government's been in shutdown. So
Right.
we've been trying to call and email since that letter came and, you know, very grateful for them that they've actually been working and willing to meet, you know, when they're not getting paid. So I got an email today. They said, look, we'll be back in the office on Monday. We'll get you those criteria over. We'll have LEI review it again and say, yeah, it lines up with all the federal standards criteria and we'll get an agreement in place.
This is great because I have practical experience from when Shoreline 2 went in.
Yeah.
And how there was suddenly a flooding
Right,
of stormwater drainage.
right.
That went into State Park and happened to damage and destroy trails that were built, that had been there,
Right.
that had been fine for many years prior to that.
Yeah, and I think some of the, oh, go ahead, sorry.
So that situation, you know, at the time, you know, you did address it,
Yeah.
you did change something, I don't
Yeah.
remember exactly what you did, but the flows were better, it still had to
Yeah.
make adjustments in the state park, and the state park had to do some
Yeah,
things, but Bureau of Reclamation, this wasn't on their radar at
Yeah.
that time.
right.
But now it's on the radar.
Sure, and rest assured, I mean. You know, it will be resolved, you know, we're going for final approval, but the stopgap here is, you know, building permit, we're not going for building permits tomorrow. You know, we're probably not gonna start anything till spring, we're pushing into winter. So we've got some time in the next month or weeks to get everything worked out with the Bureau and say, yeah, your design as is meets our criteria. And everything's good, and we give you a blessing on.
I just think from a hideout perspective, we can't be known as the city that
No,
polluted the
no.
Jordanelle.
Right,
And the drinking water for 1.5 million.
And because phase 4 is at the bottom of all our sites. You know, we told our engineers, don't just design this just for phase 4, you've got to design it for all the rest of the shoreline phases coming in. And they've done it, it's overly robust design if it were just for phase 4, but they said, how many units, what are we gonna be dumping in future 5, 6, 7, whatever they might be, so it's designed to accommodate all that. Now, what's on the east side of the highway, the east side of the highway that dumps into the 2 pipes, you know, we're grabbing that water and piping it out, because even the Bureau said, look, that's not your responsibility. Your only criteria is to grab that water and get it out. In fact, you're not allowed to stop that water. That water is ours. In fact, the water that lands on shoreline is theirs. They just want to make sure it's released at the rates that they want and at the same water quality levels that they need. So. That answer that
Would it
question?
be fair to say that whatever the BOR sets as a requirement, you're gonna take care of?
Absolutely.
You're gonna meet all those?
Yeah, we'll meet all whatever requirements they have. Greg at LEI feels that we've already accomplished that, but he said, hey, as soon as you get those docs, fire them tomorrow, we'll review it. And, LEI's done this sort of thing all over the state. They've dealt with this sort of water quality issues before. They already have the standards, but say, hey, send us again what they specifically want. We'll make sure. So if there's some slight adjustments that need to be made, pipe sizing, a little bit bigger basin, whatever, we'll make sure that accomplishes it.
Mayor, I think Dennis, our engineer is online and he was having trouble getting unmuted, but he is available to speak to you.
Yeah, Dennis, can you jump in here? I mean, I know that, just to add a little flavor before Dennis jumps on, I'm waiting for the letter from BOR to give us some guidance as a town to how we maintain the structure of the runoff, so to speak. So, and what we need to do and invest in. That I haven't seen yet.
Yeah, well, I got an email from Melissa this afternoon. She says, Glenn, I'm meeting with my coworkers on Monday. I should have some more answers to you and get back in touch Monday afternoon. So
we'll wait for that as well.
Yeah, and
We have to
again,
work on that.
Jonathan pointed out, if changes or additions need to be made according to theirs, we'll make sure those are done.
Dennis, did you hear that you're on tap here? Comment?
Yeah, no, I did. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, no, first of all, I would like to say, I appreciate GCD and their representatives being willing to come in and meet with the BOR and discuss this with us. I thought it was a productive meeting. I appreciated their input. And maybe it's just a factor of the seat, where I'm sitting compared to where they are. I had a little bit different impression of BOR's reaction. I don't feel like, at least my takeaway, my understanding from the discussion was not that they didn't see it as a big deal. Just that, they did say, typically when there's a discharge that would go onto the federal property, at that point, they'd say there's a trespass and, then they'd take some kind of, action to regulate that. However, in this case, they said that, they're being proactive and getting involved. I do think they think it's a serious issue, and I do think they are very concerned about their obligation to maintain water quality in Jordanelle. And, they're very cognizant of the responsibility they have to protect drinking water and protect those 1.5 million who get water from Jordanelle. Because they hadn't seen the current design that's in place, obviously they had no comments on that, only that they were concerned. There was also who was it, Devin McCrolla from Central Utah Water Conservancy District, who was concerned that the pond that was eliminated was part of an older countywide drainage system to accommodate that water that came down, some flood control stuff. I do agree that with water rights, and you can't just divert water and use it yourself. However, to put it in a detention basin where it's detained and then discharged at another rate, I don't think that that's illegal. But I'm not going to argue with an attorney on that. I'm an engineer. I just know from past experience and projects that I've done, how that falls out. And I think as long as those water rights are respected, you're okay. That said, I look forward to looking through their design. I think that, if that, we know that there was some kind of a basin, some kind of a pond that was taken away. However, if the current design can accommodate and provide the same kind of function that pond did through another pond or some other method, I think the BOR is okay with that. I think I'm okay with that. We just want to make sure that we haven't altered, that the system hasn't been altered in a way that is detrimental to runoff that's going into Jordanelle. I think they, GCD, their group stated very clearly, and and this one, I'm in complete agreement, that whatever runoff comes through there must meet, I think the term they used was mirror historic flows when it comes to quality, rate, and volume. And I think, now, and if their design does that, I'm okay with it. If it doesn't, I think then we'll have to take additional steps. I think one important thing that came out is that they did, and this was a verbal request that was made to me on the phone, and the BOR and they acknowledged this in the meeting. I did make this comment because I wanted clarification on it. They did ask that the town not take action on this until this is resolved. I think we have a good plan to work forward and resolve it. Like I said, I look forward to working with GCD and their engineers to get this cleared up and taken care of so we can move forward. But we are, as Glenn acknowledged, that criteria from BOR hasn't been forwarded to GCD yet. They don't have that. I haven't seen that. So, we want to make sure that we meet that criteria that they have and that they're okay with it. I think that GCD is committed to that, and I commend them for that. And I just think that we need to be cautious and move forward and work together to make sure that this is done. And then with regard to the agreement with the BOR, that was an interesting point that came up because at some point, right, this drainage system will be turned over to the town. We will be, Hideout will be responsible to maintain and operate that system. Therefore, BOR wants the license agreement to operate the system to be between, the Bureau and the town. And that makes sense because long-term we will be operating it. However, the design has to meet their criteria. And so we'll work with GCD to figure that out. But that is an important aspect of it, I think. And it's one thing that, like, when we accept that, we are accepting that system, we're accepting that design, we're accepting the maintenance on that. And we need to be cognizant of that and make sure that the town, we need to make sure we budget for it, that we plan for it, and that we're taking care of that, because that's going to be something that doesn't impact Hideout just for this project, but it will for ever.
Dennis, who measures and monitors the quality of the water coming out of this? And is that our responsibility? And who's going to do that?
Ultimately, when the system's turned over to us, yes, that will be our responsibility to do that. And as we get larger, we get to there will come a time where we will have to have, permits through the state to discharge stormwater. And we'll be, and we'll also be overseen not only by BOR and others, but by the Division of Water Quality.
Dennis, is that will you be doing that, or someone from Hal for us?
Well, that hasn't been something we've discussed. We'll have to talk about our plan to do that. I mean, maintenance of the system as far as cleaning the storm drain, operating it, cleaning grates, removing debris and sediment from the catch basins. I mean, that's going to fall to the Public Works Department. Any monitoring or quality stuff that is yet to be determined, and that's something the town will have to address. And yes, Hal could do that, but that hasn't. As far as I know, that hasn't been determined yet.
Just a side note, I might add, when I was meeting with LEI and all this process, they said, look, you guys need this, it's called a base saver, and the ADS makes them. This Glenn, you need to understand, this is like taking a Lamborghini and burying it in the ground. They're very expensive. So we're committed to spend, if we need to bury 2 Lamborghinis in the ground to build a high quality system, not cut corners, that will last for the town, that'll meet the regulations and the criteria of the Bureau of Reclamation. As well, it'll be a high quality product that'll last for decades to come. That'll be easy to maintain for the town. We're not gonna put some crap in that falls apart, then all of a sudden you guys got a problem. Because come on, in reality, we're gonna be around for the next 10 to 15 years building anyway.
Yep.
We're not gonna get cross with Hideout or anybody, on this current council or any future council. So we'll put in whatever it takes to make this right.
And I did see that what they're proposing, it is a very high-tech system. I guess my comment to that would be, if the town accepts a Lamborghini, we accept the operation and maintenance of a Lamborghini. So, so
Other options.
keep that in mind.
And like they've spec what's the best in the standard of the industry. In fact, the guys that we hire to do work, in fact, I called him yesterday. I think I emailed you guys. I said, look, he said he put one of these big systems in Ephraim 5 years ago. And just the Public Works Department, Ephraim said, you know, we haven't touched it in 5 years. Because it's been that good. He says the first time they've had to do it, and when they clean it out, they pull up the back truck, they pop the lids off, they vac all the stuff that's down in there, they clean out the screens. And so, in all honesty, they could go 5 or 10 years without having to do any maintenance. He said, if you get a major 50-year rainstorm that washes a lot of landscaping bark or rocks into the roads, then into the storm system, you may have to go clean it up there. But under normal raining conditions, they go years without touching them. So.
Okay, so we all agree that this is.
Well, and that's something I need to learn about. And I admit I don't know much. I don't know as much about that system as LEI or Glenn does. So I'm looking forward to learning more about that, because it does appear to be a very good system.
But I think we're gonna agree that there's more to be resolved
Sure, there's few things,
before we can.
so, contingent upon whatever, so.
Well, it may well be the same exact plan, we just need the BOR to sign off that this meets their.
Maybe
Maybe
not,
maybe not.
maybe not, because remember the gulch.
Yeah.
Was. Filled in, regraded. And he's putting a clubhouse now in where the ponds was, right, is that approximate location?
No, it's the old pond, which we actually have permission from the town to bury, so when we make that clear, we have permits to do it. Back,
As long as you kept the water quality
Yeah.
component going.
correct, so the new basin that we're putting in actually will function better than what was there before. It's larger than what was there before, the piping such that it's.
So all that, those details,
all-
the engineering details,
Yeah.
your reclamation agreements. and
Yep,
what you work
all those
on.
details are on the plans you have submitted.
Yeah, that's all I'm explaining is that 900-page package is 900 pages because a good portion of it is that stormwater plan and includes that basin.
At the end of the day, the BOR is gonna set
That's
the
right.
requirements and you guys are committed
Yeah.
to meeting whatever it is.
Whatever it is, we'll make sure.
Whatever
So-
it is you guys-
Committed to maintaining this.
Yeah. So Greg at LEI feels, well, I can tell you, we've already met their standards and we over designed this. In fact, what's interesting is the 2010 Hideout Town Code. The past 4 months when we were designing all this, one of his comments to me is like, Glenn, this is very stringent design standards that Hideout has. In retrospect, I think when they adopted the 2010 code, they knew, hey, we got some water discharge going in the door now. We need to set the bar high, so we've already designed to that standard. But to answer your question, yeah, we'll do it. So this document here, that's the stormwater calcs for the system. And there's the huge basin with all the calcs. So this runs the water flows, the capacity, the discharge rates, the water quality. So it's already here, but again, we'll make sure we're good with the Bureau. So.
I'll make sure you're good too.
Thank you.
Thomas, I bet you've been dying to say something here, so do you have any comments from the plan?
Well, from a planning perspective, Dead Man's Gulch is also very important to us. It's a wildlife corridor.
Yeah.
Right, I don't know how we're
And
accommodating that here.
well, we own all the land in Dead Man's Gulch and we're committed that, from the clubhouse, pickleball courts, all the way up. It's gonna remain as is. We're gonna clean it out. I mean, there's a lot of dead growth that's fallen in there. So we're gonna, clean out all the dead garbage, regrade the trails, tie it into the trail system. That 42-inch pipe that discharges from the other side of the highway, we're gonna create more of a real. Right now, it's just kind of blasting through there. We're gonna give it a spot to go, rip rapid. And then once it gets out of the thicker vegetation, then there's a big head wall design that'll catch that water and then put it underground and then discharge it down toward the property line. So we'll make a nice feature out of it.
From a planning perspective, it's a
Mm-hmm.
wildlife corridor. We're
Okay.
also working on a different project that we're not involved in.
Right?
has to do with wildlife collision mitigation
Oh.
on 48.
Yeah.
We are attempting to, at some point,
Yeah.
be able to make appropriate crossing.
Yeah.
For wildlife and dead man's goal identified in a route study.
Good.
By BioWest and UDOT as a
Okay.
potential area to run wildlife
Cool.
under.
Yeah.
248,
Awesome.
as well as some other areas.
So we'll be,
So-
whatever, what do you come up with, we'll be happy to work with you about that land in there.
Okay, just want to make sure you recognize that.
Okay.
I asked every developer the same question.
Yeah.
Hideout municipal code has been amended with respect to, preventing wildfires.
Mhm.
I realize you have vested rights, but, I believe that the changes to the WUI code, regarding wildfire resistance or health, welfare and safety. We have this rule about nothing combustible within 5 feet and no trees within 10. Is that something you're gonna comply with?
Yeah, and we've already sent the new code you guys adopted back to our landscape architect. They've kind of fielded this in the past. They've gone through it and they said, look, Utah State actually has a list of plants that are very, yeah, you're.
Non-combustible?
Yeah, so they got that, so they made, so they implemented some of those. For years, since we've ever been building, we've always made sure the trees are 10 feet away. So that's already on our plans. So yeah, we'll make sure it's compliant.
Yeah, so very importantly is House Bill 48, which goes into effect on January 1, where the risk assessments are gonna be done by the counties. And you would wanna get ahead of that
Yeah.
one, because that's gonna define how susceptible you are to
Right.
insurance rate hikes.
Right,
And if you don't, you'll be taxed, the units are gonna be taxed.
yeah,
So to what Jonathan just said, we wanna make sure that that's all locked in, because that goes into effect January 1. Justin, you familiar with that?
Yep.
Okay.
and another part of it. The exterior materials you use, that's really a big thing. In the past, the DRC's, design review committee that's outside this body. They've said you have to use real wood, which is pure nonsense. HB 219, that's already illegal, they said, hey, HOAs and DRCs, you cannot say. You have to allow them to use fiber cement.
Yeah.
So we're gonna be using fiber cement, may have a wood stain look to it, but it'll be all non-combustible materials on the outside. As a developer, we wanna be able to develop land in HOAs that can get fire insurance. But if we can't sell anything.
Well, you know what's going on in
Yeah.
California.
Yeah.
People aren't buying houses because,
Then-
in fact, they go to the insurer first,
Yeah. Hey, can I-
before they buy the home.
Right.
And so we all don't want that scenario.
So we'll have our defensible space, non-combustible plants, trees 10 feet away, non-combustible materials on the outside, so we'll make it, I think,
And that plan's in the packet.
yeah, it's in 900 pages.
Of course it is.
It's in the 900-page packet, so there's some.
No, go ahead and then
There's some disagreement, I think, out there. So I went back to the former town code, chapter 10, 1003-106, determination of application complete. Familiar with that one? Yeah, only if the application is complete will the application be accepted for review. There is some question whether or not your application is complete for phase 4. Now, I looked back at that and evidently the Hideout zoning administrator makes that determination. Who is that?
It would be Thomas.
Thomas? Or is the zoning administrator? So he makes a determination if the application is complete for shoreline phase 4.
Thomas didn't know he was getting a new title.
Sorry, Thomas.
Comes with a comes with a pay raise.
For some reason, I thought maybe engineering was involved.
Well, he would consult with.
Okay, so Thomas, on point, consulting with engineering. So, is this application complete?
Yes.
Shoreline phase 4?
So people have said that, and but nobody's identified, hey, you're missing this specific item, do you wanna pull it up, Jackson?
Well, do we have a checklist?
Yeah.
Yeah, there is a checklist.
The
Let's check.
original application.
It's your application.
Your application,
Application check.
yeah.
Me. We wanna go.
Sorry,
Eric?
I'm bringing it in. I would have called you.
You're fine. More comments?
No, I feel that we do keep cutting Thomas off. We haven't had a chance to talk yet.
Well,
He's
this
had
is
like
a good time for him to get up
Yeah.
and share your booth, so.
We'd love to hear from you, Thomas.
Yeah.
Well, okay.
maybe start addressing this first, so.
So as,
This is online too.
Dennis is online, phone a friend.
right, so I would say that we have reviewed the submittal packet. As Dennis reviewed the engineering component, he indicated that it was an incomplete submittal. And so that's, that has been our viewpoint to this point. And Dennis is on right now. He can walk through this a little bit, in a little bit more detail.
Dennis, did you hear that?
Yeah, I did, and I don't have all the points in front of me, but yeah, there were a number of items that we felt like were incomplete or weren't fully addressed. Some of those were issues that came up from our previous um, review. I spent a lot of this afternoon kind of going through that. To speak to the details, I mean, it's a pretty high, kind of a deep dive, and I don't know how long everybody wants to stay here. I would propose, and I am preparing this, and I was hoping to be better prepared, but to have a discussion with Glenn and go over some of these items. There was, after our initial review, we did provide where there were deficiencies and why we felt like there were deficiencies. In my opinion, those haven't been addressed adequately, where there was deficiencies, and there wasn't a submittal, in response to that. So that's kind of where I stand. I am willing, like I said, I would like to work with the applicant and try and get to a point where we do need to, I do want to design review the packet and look at it, but I also don't want to spend time reviewing something that doesn't appear to be complete. And I think that could be taken care of, with a couple of discussions.
It sounds like there's maybe a mismatch. You think it's complete?
I think there's a
Our administrator has made a determination it's not.
right, so I think there's a misunderstanding of what the term complete is or not. So the application that we turned in July 2017 does have a checkbox. Do you have engineering drawings? Do you have a stormwater report? Do you have a plat? Do you have, or your CCNRs turned in? And we can pull it up and go through it. All of those items have been submitted. So for example, one of the items just says engineering drawings, completed engineering drawings. Those have been turned in. Now, if during the engineering review, may have some questions about those engineering drawings, that doesn't deem the packet incomplete. It's just a question about the engineering drawings. Because their engineering drawings have been turned in. So our contention is.
May I suggest you guys work together before this comes back to the council and that the application is complete. That you have worked out all of your discussions and gone back and forth if there's something that's is missing, that you all work in good faith before you come back for this last review with respect to vote.
Well, Kristen, can I just say, we've actually worked with engineering all the time. Most of the disputes with our application have been engineering related, right? Stemming back to the prior town engineer. I appreciate Dennis's willingness to work with us and his general demeanor, I'll say. But we've had some very contentious engineering meetings dating back to why they even originally retained me. And we have tried very hard to resolve the engineering concerns. I think where we have a little bit of a disconnect, and this is what Glenn is speaking to, is we believe that some of the requirements that are being imposed are not requirements that actually arise under the 2010 code, right? And so then it falls back to what you were talking about, Chris, earlier. I think you were alluding it to. And is it or is it a health and safety issue, right? And that goes back and forth. Is this something that we can apply even if it's not in the 2010 code? And I think that's where we have to see if we can see eye to eye on some of these issues. But we have had many meetings and we are trying to work through the issues. I think Dennis is looking at it in good faith. The other component is, it's a lot of material and we submitted it 6 weeks ago. I do feel bad for municipalities. If you look at the LUDMA and the timeframes within which you're supposed to review documents like this, it's very short. So I'm sympathetic to Dennis. I know that this is not his only project that he has to review, but I think some of the material is probably in the package. you know.
So, but we should just, I mean, I think we are asking, staff is asking for communication, because based on my records, just seeing emails going back and forth. We, that staff sent back their comments, I think it was on October 13th.
Yeah,
And then you guys met on the 17th, but it didn't resolve a lot of things. And then I believe, and I don't even know if Dennis has had the opportunity to, you know, we haven't, it's not enough just to say, no, it's complete. You have to say, well, we don't think that this applies, so that we know what you're contesting or not contesting, or what you think, you know, so that we can work together. We want to work together and
Right.
make this a successful project.
yeah, so do we. So we'll do two things. Number one, we need to have a sit down with Dennis, and we're more than happy to do that. We can have our engineer in person. So I think some of the non-compete are just questions about the engineering items, and we can go line by line on that. So in addition to that, so Dennis, we can set up a meeting. You know, I'd rather meet in person, so we don't have emails going back and forth all the time. Create a list, you know, answer it there, do a draft that this is, here's all the answers. Are you good with it? Are we good with it? And then get a sign up on it. Now, as far as the actual application being complete, we can draft and email it to everybody and all staff and say, hey, look, as far as the actual application goes, here's what was required. Here's when everything was submitted. You already have that. It's
So our
in the
code
packet.
says the zoning administrator makes a determination. It's in the code, the vested code.
Right. Yeah, so
So
go ahead.
send your checklist
Yeah,
to the staff.
We'll send it to staff.
Work it out.
Yeah, they'll look it out. But if there's questions about those items that have been submitted, then we can work through those.
Is
items.
it possible, Dennis, for you and GCD to meet first part of next week and start this project?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I was been trying to put together, I mean, I was kind of referring to that earlier. I've been putting together a list. Yeah, I was kind of looking at some of the original responses, some of GCD's responses, and then, you know, trying to weigh everything. I mean, it's, you know, I just like I'm just trying to work through it in good faith and trying to come to a good resolution and see if we can figure this out.
Dennis, one of the things I suggested was to create a table of, you know, key priorities, prioritize the list that was fallen over from our previous engineer you inherited, prioritize that, share that and understand, you know, so all of us in council can understand from an engineering perspective, what's been completed and what's not been completed, what's a high priority, what's a secondary priority, because there was a lot on that list, and I expect, you know, you should be driving that, Dennis. And that's a key piece that I think the council needs to vote on. So,
Yes, they do. And I recognize that. And you know, I have been trying to put together a table. I guess the problem is a lot of the information doesn't lend itself to a table very well. So it's kind of a difficult task, but you know, I've been trying to get it done. So.
Well, that, you know, for some of the laymen, I think that's probably what you need, so that we can kind of in an easy to, you know, encapsulate and digest format.
I'm gonna
We
tell you,
can
I
look at
don't
that.
need to know.
Oh, come on, you guys are smarter than me. I don't try and flatter me.
It's complete, that's all, and then it's presented as complete.
My only point is the sooner the two of you get together, the sooner the issues can start getting resolved.
And that's where I was leading to, because
Then-
we have, you know, holidays coming up. You want to get on the calendar in December, so I would really say, you know, because I think some of this has moved kind of fast and then slow. It's not, you know, I'm not blaming you guys, we've had changes too. But if we're gonna get this on the calendar for December in a way that the council can understand it, all of us.
Okay.
I would say like
Yeah.
tomorrow,
So
you know.
I'll set up a meeting with Dennis. To resolve his question. In the meantime, we'll pull the actual application checklist that was submitted. And say, here's the items that were submitted. I'm not gonna attach those to your files, but I'll just say, the engineering report is here. Maybe I'll just attach the cover sheet.
What page?
Yeah.
What page in the
Correct,
package?
so we can draft that, that way the council can be satisfied that the actual application that has been submitted is complete. we're just working out some questions about the items that have been submitted.
And I personally.
Well,
like
and I
it.
think the issue is not so much that they didn't submit the items, it's that the items submitted were not all complete. And I think that's where we need to get together and figure that out.
Yeah.
Yeah, and for me at least, and maybe to inform the council. Dennis, can you give us a weekly update? Like, here's the picture of this, and Thomas, I'll put it on you as well. This is a big project. It's really important to the town. And not all of us are familiar with every engineering standard that's appropriate. And I think, I would like to see a map of a regular, call it a spreadsheet, call it a table, whatever that is. Let's get this. I think that helps both parties.
Yeah.
You guys in agreement? Yeah, yes, thanks.
Yeah, happy to do that.
Thanks, Ben.
Mayor, we're at 9:10.
I know, so.
All right, any other questions specific?
No, we have to open this up to.
Yeah, no, I understand. Any questions from you guys about the site or anything else? Okay, oh, well done, thanks. Thanks.
Anything you wanted to add?
No, I guess the only thing I would do is just add that when you all met back in, I think it was May 8th, when they were last in front of you. After that, I think it was after that meeting, we got together as a group.
We met here in June.
We met, it was in June.
This room,
We
yeah.
got together, and if you remember back at the May meeting, there were some issues, questions, concerns with regard to the best of 2016 preliminary plan and how did this conform to that. So after that meeting on May 8th, we were able to meet down here, met with their team, and they took some of those comments back to their architects, planners, landscape architects. And so what you see in front of you now is a slightly revised plan. There was concerns about the linear nature of the roads. They put some slight curves in them. They identified some open space areas that could be either minor wildlife corridors or kind of trail connections that were perpendicular to the park. And they, as they noted, they removed a couple of the townhouse structures kind of at the end that were nearer to the recreational facility. So some changes were made. So I think that when we do get together, I think we have a pretty good opportunity of making some good headway. So I thought that that was successful. So I would just say that as you all think about the project, think about, are you comfortable with where the project is in terms of phase 4, how it lays out relative to the 2016 preliminary plan? Couple of the things that we had asked for at the May 8th meeting were, could they give you guys an understanding, a simple plan that kind of illustrates what the subsequent phases are going to be, what subsequent pods are going to look like, since they have come in as a little bit different than what the 2016 plan has been, just so we have an understanding. Where is density going? Where are single families going? Where are the triplexes, sixplexes, whatever, multifamilies going, right? So that there's a bit of an understanding. I think that that would be helpful to you all if you had just a general understanding of that, because otherwise it's been just phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, phase 4, and everything else is a bit ambiguous beyond that. So that was something we asked for.
So Thomas, you're asking for their total build up
Now,
to give us.
if they could give us a very conceptual understanding of what that build out might be, since this is different than what we saw in the 2016 plan in this location. If we could get something conceptual, it doesn't have to be exact. They're vested with 700 units. They've got the 588, 590 ERUs, that part is fine, but I think just so that we would have an understanding, so that you would have an understanding, hey, over the next 10, 15, 20 years, this is what it might look like in some of the other sections. To have an understanding of some folks at the May 8th meeting, there was some public input, had asked for maybe almost a section that would almost run through the entire project, upslope to downslope, perpendicular to the park, to just give an idea of what does this build out look like in terms of kind of the stair stepping down to the water. I think some of those things would probably help you all have a much better understanding of what this is actually going to look like as phase 4 and what it might look like in context more holistically with all
9 phases or 9 pod areas, however you want to phrase that. So I think some of that information might be helpful down the road. There were some questions with regard to how, because this was such a large phase, it's 100 and, what is it, 130 to 232 units, something like that. To have an understanding of how it would be phased. I think Glenn kind of answered some of that tonight, but at the time of the first 100 units, that would be the time that the recreational amenities clubhouse is complete. Just kind of maybe, dare I say, sub phases for phase 4, just so that the shoreline community understands what it's gonna be, how it's gonna be built out, when we're going to get the amenities again. That was answered tonight, but just to understand that mini phasing. We did note on the new submittal, the retaining walls along the state park. We just want to work a little bit more closely with you to make sure that we understand exactly what those are going to be in terms of rock, stacked rock. Some of those go from about 2 feet to 15 feet. And then where you kind of created the stormwater basin, where you took those larger buildings, the 2 kind of sixplexes, I think, out. You've got some 20-foot, 2-tiered walls, 10 and 10 there. Give us an understanding of what that might look like.
I got this thick of engineering drawings of
Okay.
walls, so
No,
it's in the
that
packet.
would be super helpful if we kind of have an understanding aesthetically what they'll look like, and then from
Yeah.
a dentist.
We can get some pictures of that.
Perspective engineering, things like that. I think that we just want to make sure you guys are comfortable with where phase 4 is conceptually. As it relates to the 2016 plan, and then move forward. But honestly, I think meeting in June, I think that went a long way to help us understand where you guys were going. Some of the tweaks, I think, have been in a positive direction, so I think that's been good.
Yeah, Thomas, I'm gonna put the burden on you then as the sign off person here. So can you give me a weekly update on this so that, you know, I would want to walk back in December for the town, for us, and for the developer, you know, without having, you know, and if we're off course, between now and then, we do have Thanksgiving holiday, that it's fair that you guys, you know, lockstep, otherwise we're just gonna carry this over and over. I don't think that's what you want. I don't think that's what we're looking to do, otherwise we'll be in these long meetings again.
Yeah, we can do that. Like I said, I mean, even if, I think we think about getting together weekly or more, whatever that takes to get there, right? I think that would be beneficial, because when we connect, I think, project ends up in a better place.
So put this on the critical path is the way I would describe it.
Yeah.
Okay. Should we, any other thoughts, Dennis? Because you only had partial, give you last comments from the advisors side of things, and we gotta open this up to the public. They're really bad that folks have not been able to share their thoughts as well. Dennis, any last thoughts?
No, none for me. Thanks.
Okay, with that, let's open it up to any comments. Remember that we have, try to keep it to 3 minutes. Just so that, because we all do want to go to bed at some time tonight, so.
We want everybody to get a chance to
And we want
say
to,
something.
exactly, so comments either, because we have a lot of people online yet as well. Take this, Brian, why don't you come up, like you would. Yeah. take us-
Quickly.
take us through.
So I'm Dennis Takasugi. I live in Shoreline Phase 2. And my biggest concern, and I talked to a lot of residents, number one, density, but we know the density is gonna be high. The concern is it's so concentrated and the egress. Now, I know they've done a study, but my concern is, do we feel the study is valid? Okay, I drive that road out and I can tell you, when there's a wildfire or there is an emergency, it's gonna be a bottleneck to get out the Deer Waters exit and also the Jordanelle Parkway. Those are the 2 that's closest to the development, or they're gonna have to wind up to the main exit through a neighborhood or through Toohey. Neighborhoods all around, everybody trying to get out. So I know they did a study, but I really would challenge whether that study is valid. Should we get another opinion? When's the last time you guys drove that road? Think about what it's gonna be like when people are trying to get out and there's a fire. It's gonna be plugged up easily, quickly. And I think we really need to consider whether or not it's adequate or other things that can be done.
One of the things we've asked the fire department to do is develop an evacuation map. Now you have to understand, just because you develop a map, depending on how the incident unfolds, the map may be the first casualty. But we're working with the fire department now to put together an evacuation plan for various parts of the town. Just so you know, we're on it.
And I think that's great. However, I know those roads are not wide enough. And there are lots of points of where it can get congested. So I just wanna propose that as a consideration.
And I know I've talked to UDOT about this and, you know, there's both, the way they term it is, you know, obviously everybody's gonna try to get to 248, you know, and how they get there. The other piece is, very importantly, where is that? Where did that fire occur?
Yes.
So if it occurs over the Two-Hay side, you know, people are gonna be going out the Scent Road and things of that nature, so you have to have some alternate planning. I don't feel, as you do, that the town, or in this case, the micro piece of the town, that we're rock solid on this. We have to do some work
Yeah.
to make sure that that we understand what we're doing now, but it also, you know, we're only a third built out in the town,
Yes.
so.
And I think it's generated by how the density of phase 4. Okay, because there's a lot of people and the egress for phase 4 is the concern.
Which will be the densest area of the town.
Yeah,
So, yeah.
thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Brian?
The pump should be quick.
Still need to state your name.
Yeah, Brian Cooper. I live on Shoreline 1. Also have to be a council-elect for next year. And as an engineer and physicist, this is more for Dennis. Yeah. I've looked at GCD's drainage plan right now for the Gulch. And one thing that concerns me is, well, two things. You've got a 42-inch pipe going in. Now, I don't know if that gets anywhere near enough flow from the east side of 248, right, that empties into the Gulch. You've got a 36-inch pipe that you've put in with a wing wall, you call it, basically a funnel that funnels all the water from the upper part of the Gulch, upper half, into a 36-inch pipe. And that now goes down by the clubhouse and around it actually bypasses your big retention pond and goes out through a gate into the natural drainage from there. And as Chris Bear pointed out earlier in phase 2, and we had a problem there, it's not due to the water quality, it's not due to the water volume. It's not even due to the flow rate, it's due to the velocity. So what you've done is you've created a venturi where you've taken that great big wide gulch and put it down into a 36-inch tube. And it's gonna come out much, much faster and it's gonna erode the hell out of the soil below it. So you really need something in your plan to spread that back out, right? And reduce the actual velocity over the land to keep from causing erosion. I have the same concern about the 42-inch discharge pipe from the retention pond, right? It also should be spread out. They will come out together, so maybe you can just combine that into one. What I'm saying is you're increasing the velocity of the water coming out through those two pipes. And that's what causes erosion is the velocity, not the flow rate per se, right?
Right.
So if you can spread it out somehow.
It is.
Well, I didn't see that in the
Yeah.
plan. That's what all I saw was a grate and then it's going into the
there-
grate beyond, right?
Yeah, there's orifices designed to slow the flow down, spread it out. The riprap is literally like 50 feet wide and, you know, it's.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's got criteria how deep the riprap needs to be, the size of the rock to dissipate that flow. So by the time it discharges out of the pipe or it gets to the property line,
It's gonna be.
it's gonna be slowed way down and spread way out. So we've already.
That was my main concern, I just didn't see that on the plan. Okay, and the others, I think, that my recommendation to the council is, obviously, there's some engineering issues that Dennis has. And you've got the BOR issues, it makes sense for you to work that out first before you vote on that, that's just my recommendation. And I'm volunteering my help if you need, you know, if Dennis needs any help converting it into a table. I
can certainly do that. All right, thank you.
Next up,
My name's Eagle Click. I'm with Shoreline Phase 2. First of all, I'm here to share my views on the final subdivision plat for Shoreline 4, along with views of several of my neighbors on my street. We have serious concerns about Shoreline 4. Don't believe that the proposal should be eligible for vote tonight. Now, based on what I've heard now, that may be the case, but when I was working on this morning, it wasn't clear that a vote was or was not going to be executed today. Due to time constraints, I'm going to focus on, I had 5 items, but due to time constraints, I'm going to focus on 2. The first one is the impact on the communities is still unclear. We'd like to see some aerial photos. I think the mayor had indicated that something coming from shoreline sloping down to the lake, because all these homes are going to have patios on them. You know, I think because someone did it to me, and I'm gonna do it to you guys, but the whole concept of somebody put something up there and we see them, or somebody sees them, it's gonna be hard for us to get it out of our minds. So we'd like to understand what the view is gonna look like when somebody is, when you're standing on shoreline looking down, like patio furniture, anything like that up there. Also, we'd like to get a, you know, maybe a rendering of what the area may look like if we go with like the medium, or actually all the densities, medium, small, and large. I mean, I know you're showing us worst case scenario, and we keep hearing that possibly worst case scenario may not be the case. So I'm gonna be optimistic and say we're gonna get medium, possibly, and what would that look like on medium? And then we'd like to see some well, actually, that was it. We need a modern, and then we didn't have a clear understanding from the documentation on the height of these the building. Obviously, I'm going to assume their code, but unfortunately, I don't know the code, so I don't know how tall they're gonna be. Does anybody-
I mean, the old code was what, 54, but what was the, that's 36 for the 2 stories.
I'd have to
look at it.
You're not sure we can pull that.
Justin, do you have any
It's
comments?
based on stories in the entitlement.
Yeah.
I'll have to look at exactly what the all.
Okay, and then the second item was, again, like, I'm sorry, first name?
Dennis.
Dennis said on the traffic study, I too also had concerns about the traffic study. When I reviewed it, it implied that everybody was gonna go up, recreation. Well, I'm gonna tell you, I'm on the bottom one on that lower level, I'm gonna go down Vantage. Cause I, you know, and I can speak to this because I see people going down Sailwater all the time that should be going down recreation, because they go right down my street, turn around, and then go down to the lower half. So I'm not confident that we're gonna you know, that they're gonna follow that. Now, I realize it's not GCD's, technically their responsibility, they can't make drivers go a certain way, but the reality is, we're gonna see an increase in traffic. If we assume worst case scenario of 200 and some odd units, assuming 2 cars per unit, since we're doing worst case scenario, that's over 500 or close to 500 cars going back and forth on there. Additionally,
Can I make a point though?
Yeah.
Understand that if we get into a large scale situation, there's gonna be sheriff's deputies and there's gonna be firemen everywhere, and they're gonna go that way. And they're gonna be directing people.
so I'm not, well, hold on, I'm not talking, see, we're talking 2 things. Yes, I'm concerned about the emergency thing. I'm just talking about my everyday.
Okay.
Like,
I didn't
I'm sitting
understand.
out there and I'm just watching cars go back and forth every day, because I do that now. I can watch cars and they're not stopping on any place on my street. They're going around and going down. And then people on Vantage, they're just gonna go around, go up to there, come up kayak, and then go up that way, or come up kayak and go up through Homes and Homes, that section up there. So that's what I'm concerned about. The other item which I removed, but I will also want to voice my support, is to Brian on his deal about the water. I too looked at the water, the drainage, and noticed that it just dumps right into the to that gulch. And until we saw or heard that there was some mitigation to that, again, it's not in the plan. And that's what I think is most frustrating probably for you, and definitely for me, is that you have these items out here, you're saying you're doing it, but nowhere in documentation does it specify exactly what it is you do. And if it is, you know, so complex. You know, I will admit Glenn simplified it a little bit, but I believe that information should be in there. bottom line, and it doesn't, hopefully we don't do this, we shouldn't vote on this matter until the council as well as the townspeople have a very solid understanding what's gonna happen. And this is impacting our city, now our city. Our city, and you know, we only have one chance to do this. And if we don't do it right, it's gonna impact us all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I have, Tom.
Well, hold on, we have Doug here, would like to say something. We'll take the room first.
Okay.
Flip Kathleen.
Hey, sorry about this. Doug Silver, I live over in, Vantage, on Vantage Lane over in Phase 2. So this only came up actually because of the wild horse conversation. I thought I'd bring up a couple of questions I had. I think they're actually probably directed at Peggy more than anyone else, but the first question will be, does the vested law contemplate the past behavior of the applicant when considering a new development? For instance, can it increase the town's legal risk should there be future problems? So I'll give you a couple of scenarios that came up in Wild Horse and how the council addressed it tonight. So during the Wild Horse presentation, the council noted that if the agreement were granted and commercial space weren't developed, that would be an unacceptable risk. So you asked for a bond. And a bond structure was created and with diminishing cost, right? The council demanded a bond because of the risk. So if that follows, what if a developer, before you had a track record of failing to meet the promises and legal obligations of a responsible developer? So let's include things like not submitting or submitting but not building the improved plans, or building things that were not in the plans but building them subsequently. These could be high risk errors, such as increased fire risk because of poor construction supervision. They could be drainage flaws that create hazards. They could be pollution violations. And we knew about these before we approved plans. Would that increase the risk for the town, the legal risk? So consider the pump design and the drainage the Bureau of Reclamation had concerned about, that Hideout would ultimately own and be responsible for maintaining. So as an aside, it's also going to create a tax burden, which we didn't talk about tonight, but we'll get to that. So speaking of vested rights, if the applicant is sold with a set of assurances and those assurances are violated, does that impact the future development of developers' vested rights? Can they do anything to lose them? And finally, for a lawyer, would you argue that if the town permitted an applicant who violated agreements to proceed with further building and something horrible happened, in the further building, the town has an increased risk of culpability because you knew in advance that this was a past pattern, and then you allowed it to then happen again? Would the town have an increased risk of culpability and risk greater lawsuits? Those are questions.
Thanks, Doug. You want Polly to answer this?
I'm not telling anybody to answer anything. These were the questions. Literally, I wrote this while I was sitting
Yeah.
here. That's what kind of came to mind when you were
Yeah.
having the Wild Horse discussion that applied similarly to this, I thought. And it hadn't been brought up, so I thought.
Good questions. I mean, we certainly want to keep risk as low as we possibly can for both, for everybody involved. Polly, do you have any thoughts that you can share with us?
I mean, I think vested rights are vested rights, and even if it's a bad actor, I don't think that that would change Utah law. There are other mechanisms to help enforce bad acts, through court law or other construction type law. But I think that once you have a vested right, even if you're a bad actor, you still have that vested right. And in terms of the town's culpability, I don't think that it would increase the town's liability.
We're still pretty much some governmental immunity here,
Yeah.
from what I know, so, but I think. What I would say from my standpoint is, as the mayor or as an individual, that resident is a part of this town. It is our responsibility and it would increase risk. And in terms of how we perform as a town, so I think that's where the accountability falls on myself and the council. And our advisors. So I would say hold us accountable, even if it's not legally accountable, that we should be, and one way to do that is to work together properly as in partnerships, and that's partnerships with the town, our advisors who are experts in their field of endeavors, and the various council and administrative staff. So, I mean, I know that's high level, but that's the accountability that I think I have. And I would share, and it's a shared accountability with the council, the planning commission, and our experts in town. So, anyway. Rachel, you wanna stand up and?
Oh, go ahead.
Rachel Cooper, living in Shoreline. I have one question for myself and one from somebody who sent me one online. For myself, I noticed, Glenn, in the original plan that I saw, I didn't. I saw one thing, and then in the newest version, I saw the retaining pond being like right below where the swimming pool is that correct?
It may look somewhat close on the site plan, but the scale of that's pretty big.
Okay, I'm a little concerned about what the view will look like from the
Where
pool.
where the clubhouse and the swimming pool will be, I think it's like 35 or 40 feet higher than wherever is the road basin below. So if you're standing on the deck, and you're looking straight down, you're not ultimately way over it.
Okay, I just
mean-
think that's something that we should be
Well-
aware of, because we have some other retaining ponds around the town that don't look so good, and if there's anything that we can do to make it look
Yeah,
more
well-
appealing and.
We'll make it look good, the best you can for a retaining pond, but physically, it's gotta go at the bottom of the site. You know, we can't put it halfway up the mountain, it's gotta be bottom of the hill.
Anyway, that's something we should be aware of. The other question was from Amy Cribbs, who lives in Shoreline One also, and she was asking about how the HOA membership to the clubhouse and the pool
Mhm.
would work, and whether there would be a way for it to be a town. Whether it should be actually just Shoreline or whether it would be the town. Membership and how the fees would work, and I know that we've talked about it before, but I think a lot of people here don't really know how that's gonna work,
Yeah.
and so can you explain?
Yeah, real briefly, right now, each individual shoreline phase has their own individual HOA. There's 1, 2, 3, and future 4. Everybody in Hideout Canyon, not just Shoreline, but Rustler and, you know, the other developments pay into the master HOA, the CPA. What they spend that money on, I have no idea, stay out of that.
Neither do we.
Yeah, so, but in addition, once the clubhouse is up and constructed, there'll be a master shoreline HOA that you'll pay into. That specifically goes to that, but it'll actually come, so the 2.5 acre park that's in phase 2. That'll be part of the master HOA, because they maintain that, it's not just phase 2's park. That'll be all shorelines park. And then any other pocket parks, you know, around, that'll be part of it, so pay into that for that maintenance. There's a second part to your question.
Just about opening it up to other.
Oh, yeah, so we've had that before, our CCNRs are written that for now, the master HOA, the master shoreline HOA is just for shoreline residents. However, down the road, when that's turned over to all the residents as a whole, you guys can change the CCNRs and modify it to say, hey, if, you know, anybody else that lives in Hideout, if you want a kind of a buy-in membership, you know, that's up to you guys.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Yeah. I'd love to have the slide that was presented by council that showed the vested rights of the gentleman who is
Your name,
invested in
please.
property. I'm Catherine Benjamin.
Thank you.
I live in Shoreline 4, no, Shoreline 3, sorry, Shoreline 4 soon to be. Vested rights has been discussed as being something that is exclusive to the developer who's purchased the property in good faith, making an investment that he would like to see return on the investment. Granted, as a buyer of the developer's product, I also did due diligence and made an investment and had an expectation of a return on that investment. Since I live in one of the 3 twin homes that are now going to be parked directly next to the wholesale change from one type of development to a multi-story development,
I'll be looking at, from my property, which is one of the flattest portions. It does not make a straight line graph down the hill. I don't sit on a retaining wall, so I'm not lifted up above anybody. Literally, I would be looking, if you're the next building, at a 35-foot wall. According to AI, that's what a 3-story building looks like. It's about 35 to 45 feet. That's not what I expected at all. When I came in and did my due diligence, it looked like it was all twin homes or the fourplexes that were originally established. And if that had continued, I have no problem with development. The development needs to take place. I applaud the developer at building a good product that people want to buy. But I face now no one wanting to buy my property because it's eclipsed for its view shed value. So that's my personal point. My secondary point is, as an HOA president of a very large HOA in New York City, I look at insurance costs all the time because they're one of the largest costs that we have, and we're always borderline worried that we're going to lose our ability to keep our insurance certificate. And sir, I do love a swimming pool. I would love not to have to drive to town to go to a swimming pool, but it is an enormous liability for an HOA. And if we haven't done due diligence to know whether we can get insurance or how that would impact the HOA insurance to run this, I would caution that. Would love to say no thank you to that if we have the opportunity. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Peggy Polka, go on phase 2. Thank you. You made some of my points.
Oh, sorry.
I'm glad again, the pool is a huge liability. Hot tubs, probably 90% of us have hot tubs on our back patio. And again, incredibly expensive to maintain, as someone you talked about tonight. So my vote would also be to not do that. My other things are more of questions to educate me. I thought Glenn's wanting to do a 3-story building with a rooftop deck. That rooftop deck will have a stairwell on it. Does not count as 4 stories.
No, let me do the question.
No.
What things are being done if those people want to shovel off their rooftop deck? Where does that snow go? Where does that melting snow go?
We're working directly with commercial architects and engineers that have done rooftop decks on not only in, commercial spaces, and, we're gonna put in the very highest end product available. So we'll get all those questions answered for future buyers.
That doesn't educate me very much.
Okay, like I said, we'll get those answered for shoreline buyers that are be interested in that.
I would also like to tell you that I think that you've heard from a lot of these people tonight. We know that you have been granted so many doors, so many ERUs. But when we did our due diligence, what was going to go in that area was not 4 to 6 plexes. Those were the 4 plexes were going to be higher up. I feel like you pulled a bait and switch on us. And it was not at all what your agents presented to us. I heard in an earlier meeting that you said you were doing this because of the changes in market forces. But I've also heard your own agent say that phase 4 has to be approved because they don't have product to sell. You're selling $2 million houses faster than you can build them. So it can't be market forces. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else in the room? I know we have couple of folks online. Kathleen, is that correct?
Like one slide was first. Can you unmute?
Tom Sly, can you jump in here?
Yeah, hey, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yep.
And
Yeah, thanks. Thank you all for your time tonight. So my first question is something I've been asking, the town council friends for a number of years. You talk about vested rights. And my question is, do vested rights or did vested rights allow the developer to bring hundreds of truckloads of dirt every day for months and dramatically change the grade of the original land down there? I mean, I've tried to do online research, I've tried to do my work. I sat at the corner of Shoreline Drive one day for 2 hours, and I counted trucks and the number of trucks per hour. And I figured it was about 230 truckloads a day. Now that was in and out, so 115 truckloads a day. For those of us that live there, we watch that. I talked to people at the county, they said, no, that's not legal. I talked to people at the, the planning commission, they said, no, it's not either. Anyway, I just asked that our town, look and see what has been done down below in order to improve all that's being developed there in Shoreline 4. And I don't know if anybody has answers on that, but I'd love to hear. Is that allowed? Is that part of vested rights? You can do anything down there to jack up the 20 feet or more, the grade? All right. And then the other thing I'd like to just say to GCD is that, you should think of yourself as building communities and not slapping up houses. And so for those of us that move here to Utah and have lived in Utah for many years, we live there to recreate. And I am really sick and tired of what's happened to the trails that have been built. I live on Longview. And, that trail at the end of Longview, it's gone. And for a while there, it was emptying into some trees and stuff that was pushed to the bottom of the trail. At least now you can get out of the trail. And so again, if you're building a community, think about a trail system. That grid of Shoreline 4 earlier, with what you called trails, those look like sidewalks to me. I don't think you understand that Park City and the surrounding, Wasatch Back is quite different than Provo. And so I would just ask you to please consider the recreational opportunities here inside of our community, because it's very clear that you really don't give a shit about it. Pardon my French. And so anyway, and I've tried to call your CEO a couple of times and just say, please look out for our community. So that's pretty much all I've got. And the last thing is, if you look across the Jordanelle, there's $15 to $20 million houses going up over there. Perhaps the changes your lawyer talked about that occur over many, many years, you ought to take a look and maybe remodel what your financial opportunity is. And you might be able to do it with lower density, sell higher homes to what is soon going to become the gateway to Deer Valley Resort. Thank you.
thanks, Tom.
And
Any- Hold on, I was just gonna say, any response to the, the first piece on, does it, do you feel you're allowed, maybe Justin, I'll let you take a minute on that. And if you have to get back to Tom, on the vested rights and how much you can move dirt into or cut and fill or whatever. Is there an allowable limit from a legal standpoint?
Well, that's an interesting question. So we have a vested right to develop, right? And a component of develop is improving the site to develop. But that said, we still have to comply with the code, right? So all of the dirt that was moved in preparation for development of phase 4 was done consistent with permits that were obtained from the town of Hideout. So I would say that, yes, there is a vested right, and that vested right was met when we applied for and obtained permits that we then followed in performing that we were doing.
And were those permits pulled in 2010 or?
No, they were
done more recently?
Yeah, it's very recently.
They're right here.
Yeah, they're within that, and they're within that.
So, but the permits were predicated based on the 2010 law, though, right?
Yeah, and the permits were issued with grading plans saying, hey, this is what we're doing. Here's all the compaction reports and testing. So there's 2 different permits pulled over for this phase. Part of it, the DCD and Holmes built the new town's pump station sewer station down there. I mentioned before, the 12-inch sewer line, we gotta go clear over here and grab it. The natural terrain literally, it dipped in one spot. In order to gravity feed that pipe would have been, sticking up in the air. So a lot of the engineering design was, hey, we've got to get this sewer line to work for the town. And a lot of that grading went to make that, so now the sewer actually be underground, so.
Thanks, I didn't want to push that. Who else do we have on?
Got Robert Green, can you,
Hi, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Great. Robert Green. I live in Overlook Village. Mayor, at the Meet the Candidates forum, you said that you hoped that Hideout wouldn't just be a bunch of individual fiefdoms, all these communities being individual fiefdoms. And I'm just wondering how you think about a shoreline with its own beautiful private clubhouse and private pool that the rest of Hideout doesn't get to be a part of. Doesn't that just make shoreline just another fiefdom? And doesn't this set a very troubling precedent if we now have communities building amenities that are only available to the folks in those communities and the rest of us just get to look at it and not use it?
Yeah, Robert, yeah, it's Ralph here. I couldn't agree with you more, actually. I think, obviously, some of these plans were drawn up years ago, so to speak. I think it would have been much better to have a centralized community center. I think, I don't think the planning was done very well at that. I hate to put planners in their position, but there were different developers who made the mix here. And we're suffering for that right now. And it's gonna be really hard to create the community when we still have, this is the big fiefdom. I mean, this is like, this is like the prince who owns half of, this is like Scotland or something. And, and yeah, it's probably good because you'll have some, you'll have a nice area to go, but it doesn't create community. And so, Robert, I would say now it comes down to the town to put some effort into creating community center. I know, I don't know how many times I've talked to you, Carol, on this. And you living in Shoreline will get the benefit of this, but it still doesn't create community.
No,
So,
that's not what I'm.
yeah, I mean, that's the dilemma that we're in. And I would say, we need to get together through both our general plan process and through the council and then engage with developers and the HOAs to understand how we start breaking this down and whether we need an alternative building structure or center structure, which I thought was Ross Creek. I mean, it's like our best spot. It could be Richardson Flat, but you have to drive over there, We're gonna think for Hideout Central, we like to have a place where you can go to. This would be a really long discussion, so I'm gonna stop there. And I would just say, Robert, anytime you wanna have a conversation with me on this and how we can form a working group to, make the progress. It's in the back of my mind every day.
Thank you.
right, and Julie Quick.
Julie, quick, can you jump in?
Yes, thank you and good evening. I appreciate the time. I really just kind of want to address the elephant in the room, which is all around density. I do understand that there are vested rights that exist with GCD, that they were allowed in 2010, a certain number of units. But, I really am struggling to understand how they can move those units among pods without restriction and create some spaces that are very, very dense, like what they're proposing in Shoreline 4, while others are more sparse. It just feels counterintuitive to me that there wouldn't be more restriction, more guideline on how those units that they've been allowed get apportioned over space and acreage. And I guess I would just say, one, help me understand that. But also, I just would challenge the council and our leaders just to not shrug their shoulders on this issue and say it is what it is. I think this vested rights issue is worthy of appropriate challenge to make sure that indeed the rights that GCD has put forth tonight are fully accurate and that there aren't other interpretations that might lead to a different result. And I really do support Thomas also in seeing a total plan for what GCD has across all phases so we could understand of your vested rights, how are those being apportioned across, the many hundreds of acres that you do control. So, I mean, I guess my thing always with development is there are really no do-overs when it comes to building. You have to get it right the first time. And so I would just ask to help educate the community on this vested rights and how units are distributed amongst pods, and that if appropriate, we challenge it to make sure that the interpretation that's on the table is the one that best advantages the community. Thank you.
Thank you. I turn this over. Do you guys have any comment, particularly you, Justin? I think it was because there were density issues that just came up here, invested rights, which you talked about essentially. Could you comment?
Yeah, I think it really speaks to what I was trying to accomplish with my presentation, is to help understand the difference between sort of legislative decisions, which are made at the MDA stage, versus administrative decisions, which are made post MDA stage, right? And the administrative approvals like we're dealing with here. And so a lot of what's being brought up in like these broader policy land considerations, those are legislative decisions, right? Like, should this have been a public or a private community center, right? That's something that would be negotiated at the MDA stage. That's a legislative decision, right? So this body doesn't have the ability to renegotiate that. We frankly don't either, because we've sold lots premised upon there being a private community facility at some point. And it really turns on, the nature of vesting turns on the specific language of the development agreements. And I do think that this body is being much more rigorous and entering into development agreements that benefit the town of Hideout and that create that value that everybody wants to see. But you are stuck with the existing agreements that don't have those same components. And they don't allow for the same kind of control measures that are being discussed. One of those is the ability to transfer density within ponds. I put the language up, but it's very broad, it's very clear, right? It gives that optionality to the developer. And so that puts the town of Hideout in a tough position to try to say that we can't do that, right? Because that wasn't the agreement that was made and the agreement you inherited. So I think we want to be cooperative, and we are a community stakeholder, a major community stakeholder at the end of the day. But we've got to weigh that against, our rights and obligations under the agreements.
This is also settled law.
Yeah.
I don't know why people are getting so excised. This is the way it is. Right. And it's understandable if people like, it's not fitting their worldview. I get that. And everyone's entitled to opinion. Totally get that. But this is law. And this is the way it is. And you better just kind of make peace with it and try to work within the system, I suppose, to adjust your viewpoint on this, because I find all this, like, I haven't heard an argument yet that convinces me these guys don't have exactly what they need to do what they need to do. And I just don't see it.
Okay, so Jay, I agree with you. And I'm not, well, hold on, this is a very important thing. He's gonna make a statement like that. I'm a little frustrated. The issue isn't whether he can have the doors. The issue is, how is he distributing them? That's the problem. Nobody is sitting here saying, I have not heard one individual sit here and say, you can't have your 700 and whatever number of doors. No one has said that. What everybody is wrapped on the axle is how he's distributed. There's a whole chunk of land and right above phase 4 that we don't, to everyone's point, that we don't know what's gonna go in there. And we take that land, there's 5 extra spots. Can we not take that land and distribute it a little more equitably through the land?
Have you taken the risk? Did you purchase that property to do that? No,
No, and I'm not disagreeing with
my
you.
point
I agree
is that
100%,
the
but the risk,
these guys took the risk.
I agree. I'm not disagreeing with you, but the point is, we also took a risk on buying a home based on the information that we were given. That's all I'm saying. It is 100%. I'm straight up with you. I'm 100%. It is his choice. We're only asking. If he decides to do what he wants to do, he decides what he wants to do, and you're right. We just have to suck it up. But the point is, we're talking about risks that each of us have taken. We took a risk, and he took a risk as well. Percentage wise, it was a big risk for me, and for him, it's a big risk for him. The numbers are different, but they're still the same risk. So that's all I'm saying. I'm not questioning he can't have them. I'm just questioning how they get so. So no, I don't appreciate just the whole attitude like, screw it. That's not right.
I'm not saying that at all.
That is what you
said.
And
what's worse is that you're not listening to people and questioning. Your job is to question.
That's not
And
true
so,
either. I listen to people all the time and I weigh their thing, but like, you know, there are rules and stuff that we have to follow. And the, you know, what we're, is, as he pointed out here, administrative versus legislative, the legislative thing was settled 15 years ago.
she's our attorney, not him.
Yeah,
Right?
can we pull this
Like-
back a little bit, because we have other people who also want to express their opinion, I believe Kathleen. And so, you know, in fairness to other folks, we need to at least let everyone to express their opinion. I would, if we have time, I would also like to hear Polly on what rights the town has a little bit. And we, you know, if we have time to get back into this discussion, the town has some other items on the agenda. It's after 10 o'clock. I want to be respectful of everybody's time. Kathleen, who else do we have?
Is asking again, Candace again.
Do we have any other?
That's the last comment this.
Julie, we're gonna give you another shot at this, so to speak, so.
And John Leone again.
All right, well, I'm gonna move to John, because Julie's had a chance here. John? Are you there?
Go ahead, mute him.
So we'll give a chance to anyone who hasn't talked there. John Leone,
Hi.
are you there?
Can you hear me now?
Yes. We hear you.
Hi, good evening. It's late for me and I'm trying to get my mind together to propose my questions, but along the lines of what Brian mentioned about the drainage, about what Tom mentioned about the fill, and holding GCD accountable for their requirement to meet codes within the state of Utah is paramount. And the town needs to be able to go back after C of O and approach GCD to have them make right what was not originally completed to the safety codes that are driven in Utah. That's one point. Another point, along with the fill in the gulch, I've witnessed how the land was pretty much scraped down to nothing. They had a lot of good topsoil, about 30 to 50 feet of topsoil in that gulch, which is beautiful black topsoil that was stripped down. And then the entire area was refilled with basically waste soil. And I take my bike down that area all the time. And I've watched the whole process. After the fill was put in, you could actually smell you could smell like an oil emitting from the fill that was put in down there. What have we done to test the soils to protect our community from improper fill being installed? And along that line of being filled in, I know that we've had problems, or GC has had problems, leveling the land off and filling in 20, 30, 40 feet, and not properly compacting. That has led to a lot of their buildings settling down and having cracked floors, foundations, etc. I'd like to find out what we're doing to protect ourselves from future problems associated with improper soil compaction. So all of these issues have to do with code compliance and identifying those code violations and having GCD to make sure that they do right by us, which in Shoreline 1, which is where I live, there are many items that we've identified that are not code compliant. Thank you for for listening to my questions.
Thank you, John. Can we just take that for 1 minute reply? Is the compaction, I know that's always an issue. And how much soil you move, we already talked about it.
All right, here.
We've already talked about that before.
Yeah, we have a couple hundred pages of compaction tests that were done and independently verified. We compacted the lifts as we put that in, which is what's required, and we have.
Is there a standard associated with?
There is.
Yeah, I mean,
And it was independently inspected by an engineer, and they.
they're all passed, 95% compaction or better. They inspect the soils, they look at they take what's called proctors, the material that shows up, take it to the lab, they run calcs on it, how many fines, various sizes. Can't use any bigger than this, and it all passed, so.
Well, John.
I mean, I've witnessed them. I've witnessed them level that area out and put the fill in without compacting. They've run their machines over it, but not compacting machines every foot or every 18 or 24 inches. That's the problem. That was not completed properly.
Okay, my question is, if your compaction was done properly, 100%, why were there so many issues in Shoreline 1?
I'm not aware of any two.
You're not aware of any
In Shoreline 1?
in Shoreline 1?
I mean, I know John is, we got to talk to him. So John, I'll give you a call next week if you're going to talk about specifics.
Those action tests are just related to
This is phase 4.
Yeah.
They've got others from phase 3 and those have all been submitted on past approvals.
We've had several problems in Shoreline 1. I've observed problems in Shoreline 2 and Shoreline 3. My other question was about the quality of the fill and how was that tested to make sure that we're not putting in fill that is potentially waste fill or contaminated fill.
So interestingly, on the fill side, you have to have compactable fill. Like topsoil, for example, doesn't make good fill when you come back because it's not compactable, the fines and the clays. And so I know this due to construction defect litigation. You have to use what many would view as a layperson looking at it. I look at it and say, that's waste fill, right? Chunked up concrete, aggregate rock. You look at it and you say, well, that's not as pretty as the black topsoil that we took off. Why are we using that in that location? But you use that because it compacts well. And that's what they call it engineered fill. So that's what you put in, and then you cover that with a base layer of topsoil, the top. Because topsoil itself, once you remove it, doesn't compact well when you return it. So
we did strip all the topsoil, and it's actually stockpiled in the spot over by our job trailer. And then after all the landscaping is done, we scoop it up and take the topsoil back, put it in landscape, so.
Okay, so.
Phil has various types of, is graded such that it is compactable. And that's why you'd have the engineered fill. Engineered fill doesn't include just, broken up concrete and stuff. It's typically, pit run material that's graded properly so that it can be placed and compacted.
Thanks, Dennis.
And you're right, clays don't compact well.
You agreed to talk to John.
I'll talk to John.
Okay, so just put that as something to follow up here. John, did you hear that? If you're still there?
Still.
You may have left.
Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Thank you.
Good, so make sure you get with, or Glenn's gonna get with you. Is that it? Oh, Julie, would you, we'll take you back for one last comment and kind of close this off, so we can move on.
She's not raising her hand again.
Maybe it was left over.
Again.
Onward.
Thank you, Ralph, by the way.
You're welcome, John. Thank you.
I'm chiming out. Good night, everyone.
Thank you for the
Julie,
quick.
you got one last chance with us here.
Yes, thank you for the quick comment back, because I did want to close the issue, and it might be a worthy capstone to the entire night. I do appreciate that GCD has come forth with a proposal and a point of view on what they believe their rights and responsibilities are towards Shoreline One. I do feel like the very nature of due diligence is to challenge that point of view and ensure that their interpretations and their perspectives are correct. And so, as representing the townspeople, I would just ask our council to do that due diligence and challenge and say, is there a different interpretation? Is there a different point of view that could lead to a different result? I think I can speak and say this is not a widely beloved proposal in our community. And for all the rights that they have, then that I do respect, I think that part of our due diligence should be to put forth, an appropriate challenge and make sure, again, that this is really the right, best thing that we can do for Hideout.
Ms. Quick, what you don't see is that there have been a lot of exchanges with our council on this matter. You don't hear about those because they're privileged, but I can assure you that there's been a lot of people looking at just that issue.
Thank you, Julie. I think we want to get to a point where we can close out public comment unless there's anything else. Because of great comments, I think we all expected there would be lots of comments and discussion on this. And I don't think it ends here. So between now and the next meeting, I think there should be continuous comment. So I'd be happy to be part of that and be a center point for both as a conduit here, because we want to get to the best result. Given that, we, to me, I don't think we're at a point where we want to vote at this point. I think this is clearly, going to the next meeting, because we had a lot of work in between to accomplish. So unless there's some disagreement on that, you got to.
You guys need to officially vote to continue?
I think we do.
I know, but I wanted to get your
Yeah,
input.
we're continuing to.
I wanted to
So
hear
it needs to
from
be on
you
the record
first.
that you guys voted to continue.
So we'll vote, but are you good with that?
Go with that.
Okay, all right.
So it would be to continue to.
And one thing that you might wanna do is that there is some discussion to have, materials sent back and forth. I know you have commitment for weekly updates. Just looking because of the holidays, 2 weeks before the 11th is Thanksgiving Day. So maybe, it doesn't give a lot of time, but maybe you say that you should, receive, everything should be kind of received by staff by November 21st, which is a week from tomorrow, or the 24th. But otherwise, staff needs to get these materials to the council. And I mean, yes, you now have that 1,000 or 800, whatever pages, but having those kind of deadlines will help staff so that we can provide you with.
Part of the issue is our staff has to request stuff of the developer. And then the developer has to produce it all in time for the staff to reevaluate those materials and then send them on to us. And so I think we need to make sure that we request in a timely fashion all the things we think are missing or incomplete. I think that's only fair to the developer.
I think that the list has been provided by Dennis. It sounds like there's been some back and forth.
Well, it also sounds like there's a little bit, they're not, each side isn't sure which, what they delivered or not delivered or what's needed.
But to your point, Polly, I think the dates are really important. We're coming into holiday time here. You can't just say everybody's got to work continuously. We have small staff. We have outside consultants. They have multiple projects going on. So if, if I'm running this as a business, we need to make sure that we have, critical path. We're both working together on this. All the information's being sent in. And, to some extent, Thomas, I'm gonna ask you to run point on this at this time. And that includes making sure that, submissions are, and that includes maybe coordinating with Dennis as well, as you guys work together. And we don't wanna miss any deadlines, because to Polly's point, we're gonna, I don't wanna see another 300,000 page document 2 days before. It's not gonna work. A lot of those are pictures and diagrams, but we need a really tight summary coming into this. And with Polly, what dates are you suggesting?
Well, I was just looking, so 2 weeks before the 11th is Thanksgiving. So I was suggesting that Monday before Thanksgiving. I mean, things really slow down that week, and then that only gives, because we want to get everything to the council at least 7 days before.
And I don't want to speak out of turn, but I do think the ball is in staff's court. And tell me if I'm wrong. I think Dennis recently promised a new memo to us. I thought it would come today and was a little nervous about that, but I think we're looking for that feedback. We think we believe our application is complete, right? So we're looking for that feedback to say, okay, a chart would be very helpful. Like, no, it's not, and here's why, right? And but
My
we're,
suggestion, this is, there's a lot here, there's a lot of concern in town. You need a point person, 15 minutes a day. What are the outstanding items? Where do they sit, where do they sit? I wanna see, and, I've already said Thomas is our point person here. You guys gotta put a point person on your side, and they have to communicate. And then I'd like to see the council getting maybe twice a week report. It's too important, because this will fluff over to January. I don't think it.
No one wants that.
And no one wants that. So, and I think there were a lot of questions. I wrote down what everybody's question was here today. We have a recording of this as an open meeting. So work from that standpoint, and hopefully we'll get to a better result in December.
Well, you guys gonna do your motion?
Yeah, so given that, is there a motion from
Yeah,
council?
I'll move that we continue this matter to the next regularly scheduled council meeting, which is what?
December 11th.
December 11th, 2025.
I'll second.
Okay, so JD,
Yes.
Chris, are you still there? I'm not
She's on.
quite sure.
Yeah. Chris, you're muted.
We'll come back. Carol?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so it's 3, we carry. If Chris comes back, she can weigh in later. Okay, I think at least that covers that piece of things. It was very, very interesting. Thank you, guys. Thanks for sharing your thoughts. We still have work to do, so, believe it or not.
Think I want this. This will be.
The video somewhere. You got good ideas.
We have to swear in, Grace. And then, what do we do with Dave?
I just saw the storm drain. So the other question.
Okay, the comeback is on. You were around in 1995, you know these next songs. I learned this trick at a famous restaurant. Now I only make sausages like this. Start by inserting 100 grams of cube butter into a whole sausage using toothpicks. Place it in a large skillet over medium to low heat and let it fry until all the butter has melted. Once that happens, remove the toothpicks and turn the sausage over. I hope you're enjoying the recipe. Share it with your friends. I do.
Dave, you ready to go on this?
Sure.
Okay, so, let's do Maria first, and then we'll finish with HLB one. Is that good? Carol may not make it, so. I don't know, I'd love to take a break, but is everyone, Carol, are you okay with it? Okay, Carol. Okay, we're gonna take a 3-minute break.
No, I was saying I'm okay.
Oh, you're okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
But
It's just a hard, okay. I get that.
So, let's go to the swearing in. Who's gonna do
We,
it?
meant to put in a drafted resolution, which will just change it from interim naming me to the appointed reporter naming Maria, and when you stand, raise your hand.
yeah.
Yeah, no, I usually do it in front of the camera. Okay, so go for it. Welcome. Come over here, Devin, right here. Come on.
I'll take a picture.
Yeah, I state your name,
I, Maria Devereaux,
do solemnly swear
solemnly swear
that I will support, obey, and defend
that I will support, obey, and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of Utah,
and the Constitution of the State of Utah,
and that I will discharge the duties of my office
and that I will discharge the duties of my office
with fidelity.
with fidelity.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna do one last thing, so Dave, come on up here. We'll move things around, so at least we can jump in and get to, on board 4, reviewing, discussion possible approval of the interlocal agreement, HLD 1. And Holly, do you have anything to add here at this point?
Yeah, so I have some, I was working with the attorney for, Hideout Local District 1. This is something we've been working on for years. I see Dave Merrill is in the audience, who is the, what's your title, the general manager for the board of Hideout Local District 1. They, are the district, they have jurisdiction throughout, basically the old hideout where the master development agreement covers without 1 or 2 exceptions. However, they're going to take, as part of their mandate, they're gonna, we've worked out an interlocal so that they'll take the roads, sewer, and storm drain in Golden Eagle. And that could possibly expand. We have 3 documents. One is the main interlocal. And I don't know. I'm sorry.
Sorry, she's on the page.
Okay, sorry, Kathleen's trying to get Chris on at the same
Yeah,
time.
you should be unmuted now.
So anyway, we have 3 agreements, so I'll just kind of give an overview. So the first one's an interlocal, which says that the Hideout Local District 1 board will take those 3 infrastructures. The second one is an agreement that the town, and don't get confused by the language of annexation, basically the town isn't annexing anything. It's that the local district is a district within the town, and they want to expand their boundaries, and they have to go through certain requirements set out by state law and Title 17B in order to do that. But part of that expansion would be for the town to say, yes, you can expand your boundaries, and there's an area kind of below Golden Eagle that they would like to include. And then the third agreement, it's here, it is drafted as an interlocal, but I spoke with their attorney, he's fine with turning that into an agreement. That would be for billing. So I'm gonna just go back now that we have it up on the screen. So what we're asking, and also on October 20th, the board, met, the Hideout Local District 1 board met. They approved, I think, for Dave to go ahead, they authorized him to finish negotiation and enter into the agreements. So we're asking for the same to allow for the mayor to do that so that we can get this done. I know that they wanna finalize some of the amendments for plowing and that type of thing. There's just some very minor changes that, we'd like you to authorize, and then just also authorize the mayor to finish up any other items related to those interlocals. So one is that for the regular agreement, there is language in there that if there's money given to the town from Mustang for road maintenance that was agreed to when Golden Eagle was approved, it said that it would go to us and then go to the district. And I've run all these by Brad, by the way, by their legal counsel. That the money just go directly to them. We don't want to be the middleman, so if they're the ones that are having the roads dedicated to them, then they can just receive the money directly. And then also there was some communication about the sewer, so that the sewer will go directly to JSSD and not flow into our systems. I believe there was some communication that concept was okay. We just want to put something in that agreement that acknowledges that agreement, that consent to do that. For the annexation, just very minor, that obviously we can only consent to the district expanding in areas within the town. There's some question about a little portion of it. That's not a big deal. And also that there be a term, I think we talked about 25 years for the term, maybe with an option to extend it, because obviously you can't have an agreement that goes on indefinitely. And then lastly, for the billing agreement, we want to change it to an agreement, not an interlocal. And we're suggesting that it start with a maximum of a 2-year term. We won't do collections. We will put the money in a separate account. And it would only apply that we would do billing if the town is also collecting related to areas to sewer or storm drain within Hideout Local District 1. But if we're not collecting for sewer or storm drain, then there's no reason. The concept behind having a billing agreement was that we thought it would be confusing to people if there were kind of 2 sewer fees, because there's the sewer within the district. And then the fact is that sometimes they call it a wheeling agreement, but the sewer flows down into the town system, likewise for the storm drain. And so we have cost associated with it. And so we want to make sure that we're compensated, and we don't want people to be confused by 2 separate bills coming separately. But if we're not collecting on those, then we won't need to have that agreement. But those details we can work out, I think, amongst staff. So ultimately, we're asking for the council to approve, authorize the mayor and legal counsel to finalize these so that we can get them executed quickly. So that's all I have. I don't know if Mr. Merrill has anything else.
I mean, we've been talking for a while already, I think, but Dave, do you have any additional subtraction? I have a check upstairs for $5,000. Came from us and it's supposed to go to you, so, but we'll hopefully, we'll be out of that loop.
Yeah, I think we
after
just make it,
this-
it shouldn't go to us handing it over, it should just go directly to the district. We don't wanna be in that.
So you get the drift,
Sure.
Yeah, I am concerned a little bit about the sewer, and what because, JSSD does want, wherever possible to use the gravity. It only impinges on our station, which is in
Right.
Dead Man's Gulch. That'll move to Vantage, our sewer station there, but we don't wanna.
That makes sense for the district to
Yeah.
do that.
Yeah, so I'm not sure how that impinges on you, because that may mean you're gonna have to tap into 248 and.
Right.
And go, so is that good with you? Yeah, it sounds like it was.
Yeah, we've talked about that in the past, and I think it makes sense.
It does make sense. JSSD totally was, but it may imply cost on you to make sure, and then and I think that would take it out of our, the impact as well, so.
Right.
I'd have to check with Dennis, but
No,
I see Brian checking his set back there as well. So that would be a good thing for everybody.
Right.
Okay,
I have some thoughts if
Go ahead.
this would go for them, Tom. I don't have a problem with this in principle, at all, but I would like to see a fiscal analysis of, the costs and what this does. To our cost and revenue basis. I'd like to see better enumerated duties, exactly who's gonna do what. I'd like to understand the administrative cost of the town to billing. I don't have a clue on that. I'd like to see some remedies limited to specific performance, a venue clause, and an engineering review to make sure we're not creating some problem that we're not thinking of.
May I ask a question just as a staff member?
go for it.
Just with regard to responsibilities when, we have building permits, and right now our Public Works Department does inspections for sewer laterals and sewer finals, final curbing gutter. Will those inspections be done by the local district going forward? And I'd just like to be able to coordinate, how they get processed and requested and passed and recorded in building permits.
But yes, some of the inspections will be done by the local district,
Okay,
and we have an independent, engineer, but, we'll take care of that.
okay, maybe we can speak offline then, just
Sure.
to, once it goes into effect, how that will actually work in day-to-day
Sure.
activity. Great.
Jonathan had some comments that we're tracking that as well
Yeah.
for this.
And
so-
I should have mentioned that if we do billing, we will be compensated for our towns.
I just wanna make sure we're
Yeah.
covering our costs, whatever those are. I don't know what they are, but I know there's gotta be some cost.
So Polly, where are we at? Do we need do we actually need something
Yes,
to approve this from the
Yes.
council?
Yeah.
Not a head nod, but a vote.
you need a vote.
Okay. So any other comments? I believe Chris is still online. Carol, you have any?
What exactly will we be voting on?
So you'll be voting to authorize the mayor and legal counsel, well, authorize the mayor to enter into the interlocal agreements. Interlocal agreement with Hideout Local District 1 and the two other agreements regarding boundary expansion and billing services. That's it. So authorizing the mayor to enter into them and approving, authorizing them to do.
Thank you.
Excellent.
Does anyone want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion subject to the comments I made earlier. I'd like to authorize the mayor and the town attorney to explore these issues and enter into a definitive agreement, subject to my comments earlier.
Thank you, Jim. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, Carol,
Yes.
Chris?
Yep.
Yes, John.
Yes.
Okay, so carried. So thank you, guys. You had did we pass your thought on that?
We had, thank you to Dave for meeting with us this morning. I wanted to clarify some things because in that meeting, we will not be depositing. The money goes directly to the local district. That way they have their money as soon as possible. We do not commingle funds at all. But we will be sending 2 bills with a specific description of what we're billing for.
Okay, thanks. Dave, are you good?
Sounds good to me.
You wanna knock out a few of these other?
I would just say, I think I promised to be out of here by 10, it's now over 10:30.
What I would really like is Jonathan's ordinance that he's been working on.
Okay, there's 2 things. Do we have to nominate you as CEMP? Will we meet
We
that
can do
date?
it next. We can do it,
Is it end of year?
yes,
Okay, so we're good in December?
yes.
Okay, so let's go to what Carol just asked for. Which one of Jonathan's?
I think Carol wanted the timing amendment up. Could we,
When we get our packets.
yeah, could we, item 6, please?
Jackets. Yeah, it would be item 6.
Yeah, 10:53.
Hard to read. So a little background here, as Carol has so frequently pointed out, a lot of the matters that come before the council have a lot of gravity, a lot of importance, big decisions. And a lot of times we're getting documents minutes before the council meeting, and there's really not enough time to review and adequately consider these things when they pop in our email box, an hour or just minutes before the meeting. And it's frustrating because we are trying really hard to do the right thing for the town, but sometimes you just gotta think about things for a while. So this proposal essentially says that, look, if you're an external person, and you want the council to consider documents, you must submit them to the clerk at least 14 days in advance, unless it's an MDA or a contract exceeding 25 pages, in which case you gotta get it in 21 days in advance. And that gives the staff adequate time to review and consider it. And then the council gets 60 hours between the time the materials are submitted to the council and the start of the meeting. That way we can make adequate consideration, adequate review, because otherwise I share Carol's frustrations. We're all trying to do the right thing, but when you get stuff at the last minute, you can't review it, you can't think about it. That's not how we're gonna get the best decisions for Hideout. And so that's the background, the nature, the essence of this code amendment that I proposed.
Well, I bet you Carol agrees.
I'm betting.
Any other comments?
Just one thing, could we add for the MDAs and the 25 pagers, just that the document has to be reviewed for completeness and complete when it is received by the town. So in other words, it can't be kind of piecemeal, like
It's a final edition.
it's gotta be a review for completeness.
So is it, you want the complete document with all exhibits? Is that your
Correct.
concern? Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. As long as, we can.
Otherwise,
Any
it's part of our code, we have to make that decision, I have to make that decision for planning documents. So we make that decision, it's a term of law in Utah. So just to ensure that we have everything, because otherwise we can't get a report out if we don't have the exhibits or we have incomplete information.
So I think we could amend it to say that, any of these documents must be complete with all exhibits and attachments. I'd be willing to amend it to that.
That works, okay.
What I don't wanna see, just for clarity, is, if somebody doesn't like something, they can sit on it indefinitely. That's just not gonna fly. And I'm not suggesting anybody would ever do that, but that is a concern. So I'm happy to amend it to change the language to include, after it describes the documents, including all exhibits and attachments. Is that gonna satisfy?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, as long as it's reviewed for completeness and it's complete, yeah, that's.
Yeah, if an attachment is missing, then You know, if it doesn't go forward.
That's fair.
If an exhibit is missing, it doesn't go forward.
If you're gonna get this to work. Staff needs to be able to like send out, people need to be aware of this. They need to be very aware. If you don't get your shit in, it ain't gonna be taken care of. It's that simple.
Cause I wanna make sure the staff has adequate time to review it.
Yeah.
And I wanna make sure the council's adequate time.
Exactly.
And this is the best thing that I can come up with. Carol, any thoughts?
No, I greatly appreciate your working on it with your legalese.
Well, in that case, if there are no other comments on the council. I'll make a
Now, hold
motion
on. You guys, don't forget about me. I'm still here now that I'm unmuted.
That's why I asked if there were no other comments.
Oh, well, you got to give me some room to speak. So how are you going to enforce this? Who is the person who makes a decision that, how is this going to work? Is this the mayor's job? Is this Thomas's job? Whose job is it to make sure that materials are complete and on time? Are you putting it on the new recorder? Whose job is it?
Take
it away.
Sorry.
There is a provision here that says for emergencies and the council and other reasons, the council may vote to waive this rule. But I personally am gonna be very reluctant to waive this rule unless it's some emergency, there's sewage gushing out of the ground or something really, really important. I'm gonna be reluctant to kind of waive this rule, but there is a provision that allows the council by a simple majority vote to waive the rule when it's appropriate.
That didn't answer my question. Is it the town clerk who is deciding that something was submitted in time? Who's deciding?
I'm willing to help and jump
You're
in
right.
any way that I can. Happy
Well
to. Not know what you're gonna do. I'm willing to help. Did everybody hear that? That doesn't mean I'm.
I heard you. I stayed silent.
Thank you.
Sir. By your mayor and I.
Any further discussion?
Okay, so that's for a submission to outside documents to town clerk. What about submission of documents to individual council members? What does that mean? Who's submitting any documents to individual council members?
Well, whoever receives the document and now currently forwards them to the council will continue to do so, except that now it's got to be 60 hours in advance, or the council can decline to review them unless they waive the rule by simple majority vote.
Okay, so individual council members does not mean individual council members. It means submission of documents to the council for consideration. So the packet, right? Are we talking about packet materials?
Yes.
Okay, can you?
Excuse me, it seems that anything that's going out to council should be coming from the recorder so that records are properly maintained. So somewhere in the loop, those materials need to go to the recorder and she disseminates them. And that's where the clock should be measured, I think, for your
Bingo.
60 hours.
You nailed it.
And you have one of those stamps.
I do. It'll be.
I would like to make a comment on this. 60 hours in advance does not include the weekend. I would like to see it begin with Friday at 5 o'clock or whatever, so that we have the weekend to look at it. And then the next week.
But also keep in mind that the office is closed on Fridays.
Oh.
Which has been really hard. I'm gonna just let you know, it has been very difficult. I spent all day Sunday putting this back together, all day. Okay, it was like 8 to 3, but
Well,
still,
look at the length of the
you know what I
packet.
mean? I know that, but it's a Sunday, you know what I
Right.
mean? It's like, it's very difficult, and I'm only saying this now because I don't work here anymore.
Carol, the good news is that we typically have our meetings on Thursdays. So there's no weekend between, that's gonna get in the way of the 60 hours.
Right, so 60 hours, when would we get it? When is the last possible time that we can accept
Can
it?
somebody give me what 60 hours is with a
Right.
weekend and without? I mean, that's what we
That's
have
what I
to
wanna
figure
know.
out, but.
Well, if we hold the council meeting on Thursdays, there's no weekend to worry about.
Well, I mean, I have done this where usually I get a packet out about a week and a half prior to a council meeting. That's
would be
that's
delightful.
been my, but again, I mean, you know, that's work sessions, that's people ready to have their items. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, people have to be ready and
That's the
staff
point.
also has
I
to be.
mean,
on board.
I love it if it
Deadlines.
could come out the Thursday before our Thursday meeting.
I just want to afford the staff enough time for
Right.
review. And so that's the purpose of the 14 or 21 days, depending on what it is. That gives the staff 12 and a half days to review and consider and write a report.
I think all that is fair. I do not have enough background here to truly, you know, but I'm willing and I will forge ahead. And I feel like I'm responsible enough to get this done. However, I just also probably need more background about what's been done in the past.
I'd be
what
happy
we're
to
looking
help
at.
you with that.
Happy day. Okay.
So, and just like a good, so will the item that was continued to the December meeting, so that means that all their materials under this statute will have to be in 14 calendar days, so by Thanksgiving Day, although it's a holiday, but
Yeah, so we'd have to back it up one day, right?
well, it says just 14 calendar.
Or we could delay the effectiveness of this a little bit so that it comes into effect after the current, yeah.
Don't
we
you
can say-
want this to be in effect for the next meeting, or is it?
I mean, can't we make a one-day exception?
We can, the council can do that by a simple majority vote.
Could we establish something that if we needed, I mean, is there wiggle room or there's no wiggle room? Not really.
Well, the wiggle room would be up to the council to
The vote.
vote. To, you know, yet a simple majority says, we'll waive the rule, we waive the rule. That's the purpose of the
But
last
wouldn't you
section.
have to call a special meeting in order to do that?
No, we can do it in standard. The little things.
You'd have to call a special meeting to do that,
Yeah, you have, you
Why?
have to do it at the next meeting.
because you can't have a vote without a noticed meeting.
24-hour notice has to go out for any special.
Yeah.
We could put in every matter, I guess you could put something every matter, subject to being waived by the council.
We're back to the same spot though, you know,
Right.
and I don't think it, you know, getting even a remote meeting to do something like this would be.
Yeah, I agree with you.
So,
The alternative is to continue what we're doing, and I gotta tell you, it's.
Can I-
it's
can I-
working.
Can I make a suggestion? You're gonna be swearing in a new council in January. Why don't you change all your rules in January? Your meeting times, the submission, deadlines, and all that. And then we'll just try to get through the rest of the year with what we've been doing all along.
Not bad idea. Yeah, I would lean in with you on that one, Chris, because I'm proposing in January that we start at 4 PM, not at 6. And God, I hope we don't still get out at 10:30. So.
Good luck with that.
That would not be the purpose of that, but yeah, Jonathan, do you wanna, yeah, we could vote on it. Well, actually, do we wanna wait for the new council? Carol, you know, do you, you two guys have really been pushing this, so.
You know, I hate to continue the way we are because it's so darn frustrating.
It is.
Yeah,
And then
this
we're
is-
gonna just make an exception for Shoreline 4 when it comes up in December. So why?
Well, that's where delaying the effectiveness comes in, effective date. You know, I'm ambivalent. I really don't want to continue the way we are. That was the purpose of this, but
Right.
you know, if there isn't council support, there isn't council support.
Well, the other issue is we've got holidays coming up and.
Right, why don't you try to implement this in January?
Right.
So.
Don't, I think, you know, you two are.
Carol, what are your thoughts?
I'm like you, I don't really want to wait any longer. If I try to
There's
get-
only one more council meeting, Carol.
Jonathan, you wrote it. You and I know,
Yeah,
I feel like you do.
if there, yeah, JD, what are your thoughts?
I see the wisdom of moving this, it's make it someone else's problem, but honestly. To be honest, either way, let me put it, if we go to vote, I'll vote yes for it, and if we need to wait till the next council's form, that's fine too.
Do we want to delay the effective date? Or do we want to just apply this to the next meeting?
I think you should let the two new people on the council weigh in on it, give them a chance.
One of them's here that
I don't know if Tanya's on or not.
She's not.
I'm all for it, I'll tell you.
you what?
I'm all for,
Right.
I would vote for it in January if that's what you wanna do. I'm definitely in favor of it.
I'll make a
Look,
motion.
I'm just trying to be practical about Shoreline 4, which we know is trying to come back in.
Yeah, I agree.
And why would we why would we we're just gonna make it more complicated in December. I fully support these deadlines and all that. I think the council needs more time. I think it's written in good spirit. I just think there's no harm in trying to implement it in January instead of now.
I'm gonna move that we adopt it subject to the changes that Thomas requested, that being that we add the word complete with all exhibits and attachments.
Can I make, just based on the discussion where you're basically not going to be able to waive it without having a special meeting? Is that
Mhm.
maybe you should have that be delegated to the mayor?
Sure,
So
what are you
that,
thinking, language wise?
so instead of maybe waived by the mayor,
Sure,
That's a great.
instead of,
I'm fine with that.
I'm not sure if I'm fine. But if that makes sense, we can work that out.
because
So,
they
yeah,
don't want
I
to
agree with
fall
both of you on the timing of this. It's just, yeah, and to be very honest with you, I think if Tanya were here, she'd probably say yes, and Brian's already giving like his head nod back there, even though it's not official.
So I'd be prepared to amend it a little further, adopting the complete, that the document shall be complete with all attachments and exhibits. And that for the last section, this rule may be waived by the mayor, and then strike the rest of it. And that would be my motion.
So we got a motion, is there a
A
second?
second.
JD,
Oh, we're voting on this thing after all? Yes.
Chris,
No, I don't think it's right for the mayor to waive it. I think the council should be controlling their own rules.
Special meeting.
Carol, how do you
I'm
vote?
gonna still say yes.
And I'm a yes as well.
all right, motion carries.
All right, did we get one more in before we call it?
I mean, what's hot? What's the next
What's
hottest
quick?
thing here? Let's quick and what's hot.
See, item 5, it says egress into the Jordanelle, it's actually the emergency egress along the Jordanelle. So this is a public safety issue. The emergency egress is there for evacuation in a disaster, a giant wildfire, something really catastrophic. And allowing that emergency egress to get blocked by a commercial vehicle or a private vehicle is a real problem. And so the solution, in my view, is to say that the emergency egress is, we ban privately owned vehicles using or traversing the emergency egress. We put up $1,000 fine for violation. And if you have to use it to do maintenance, repair, or expansion, then you have to get the mayor, the head of public works, or the administrator's prior written permission. This way, and exempted from this are federally owned vehicles, state-owned vehicles, county-owned vehicles, and of course, municipal vehicles. So we're banning private vehicles from this. We're allowing pedestrians, dog walkers, e-bikes, regular bikes, skateboards, whatever you want to use. But we're saying if you're in a private motor vehicle, you cannot be on this egress without the prior written permission of the mayor, the head of public works, or the administrator.
People drive in.
Yes.
I wrote it.
That, what we did yesterday. That would violate, we would have violated the rule.
What'd you do yesterday?
So we took these transportation people are this committee we were working on with. And we just went in to look, we were looking across the Jordan. So we actually went into the shoreline. Cause we were talking about possible shuttle, some things. So it was just above board. We were there, what, 15 minutes? at the most?
Carol might have to put your hand behind your back.
Well, now all you do is get prior written an email from the mayor, the head of public works, or the administrator, and that would be perfectly fine. What the goal here is to keep privately owned vehicles, and I've seen a fair number of commercial vehicles on this emergency egress. And if they left the vehicle and something happened, it would be blocked. And people would not be able to escape an emergency. And the whole purpose of this route is an emergency egress for the folks in Shoreline and Deer Waters, and perhaps other parts of the town. Again, government vehicles are exempt. And so in my view, it's a public safety matter. We need to keep privately owned vehicles that don't have permission off of this egress to keep it open for emergencies.
And we take up a collection to pay Carol's fine.
Well, she got in before the.
Yeah, I know.
So she's.
Grandfather's in there.
Well, any other comment?
I mean, there's a lot of cars going in there every day.
That shouldn't be in there, like that. Because if they block the emergency egress, the technical legal term is we're screwed.
You probably have a camera on it.
I do.
But what is the egress to?
So at the north end, it goes out to Overlook Loop. Oh, I'm sorry, it goes out to Shoreline Drive, right at Overlook Loop. And then it comes down along the eastern border of the park. It turns left at the pump station and goes up along the edge of the park between Shoreline and the Shoreline. And then pops out on Vantage, thank you, Thomas.
Oh, on the north side.
So, but that wasn't what we were on yesterday.
Well, I'm not exactly sure after listening to the description.
That's encouraging.
Do you have that map?
I have no memory.
Map.
Do you have a map?
So Amanda Park thinks that she needs to sign off on it, but I think we need a map.
We have a map.
Because
Thomas was kind enough to pull up a map, and it does not go into the park. It does not touch any entrance to the park.
No, that's not where we
It
were.
runs along the eastern border.
Okay.
So if you
well,
go behind my house, you know that rock pathway?
Yeah.
And then it goes down towards Shoreline, turns left at the lift station, and goes by Doug Silver's house section.
Okay, if I'm gonna be signing off, I better know exactly what you're
Oh,
talking
we have
about.
a map, I'm told.
I'm getting there, hold on.
Is it what's barricaded now?
Yes. the
Oh,
orange bit.
that's not where we were yesterday.
It's barricaded on the shoreline side for
Right,
sure.
in the north.
No, we were on the main road that goes into the park.
We were talking about doing like breakaway bollards or something down the
Yeah.
road.
So basically
That I did, yeah.
that, in an emergency, those barriers would just go out of the way, and that's what we have now, is those
Okay,
orange barricades.
yeah, no, I'm fine with this.
Any other discussion? Not hearing any more discussion, I would move that we adopt this ordinance as is.
Second.
Well, we have a second. Carol,
Yes,
Chris,
Yep.
JD.
Yes.
Jonathan.
Yes,
okay.
All right.
and picking them up.
Yeah, so I don't think we need to. You see anything else on here? I think it's time to go.
I will send the map around by email.
It's already 11, right?
It's 11.
I think this is a good time to,
Yeah.
3 hours will go with a good time.
so do I have a motion to?
Wait,
adjourn
Ralph,
the-
before you do that, did we do what we need to do for Maria?
We already did.
Yeah,
Did I miss that?
Yes.
missed it,
Yeah.
yep.
So are the planning commission rules ever gonna get adopted?
Oh,
I don't think it's real critical that we do, I mean, the planning commission's still operating, there's a few other things we're doing. So it's 11 o'clock, I think that's plenty of time, that's 6 hours. So, do we have a motion?
Yes.
No, hold on. What about the chief? What about the GDPA officer? Don't we need to do that?
We're gonna carry that
We
over.
can do it in December.
Yeah, it doesn't need to be done until January first.
Okay, and what about the representative for the CEMP? Is that on here?
So far, we don't need to deal with that either. Jan and I are handling that, and we've never talked to a council person in the new year to maybe take charge of that in the future. But not, so the only person I know is you, Carol, so we can talk about that later.
Absolutely. Do we have a second?
We got that.
Okay, all right. Everyone's okay with it tonight?
Yes.
Yes.
Couldn't get any better.
So
You're right.
it is the fifth, it's the fifth at noon is when you officially. And then, it's the first Sunday of January. So we get that, that's.
Oh, yeah, I think that's great. Yeah, that's right.
December.
Sorry, I had a solve.
And-
So,